that does something incredibly important for this whole experience and whole process of COP and why we're here, which is to anchor forests, the importance of forests for agriculture, particularly via the important role that forests play in maintaining and mitigating climate change. So here we are in the Forest Pavilion. I'm Toby Gardner. I'm a Senior Research Fellow at the Stockholm Environment Institute, and very glad to be able to monitor this session. And I want to give huge thanks to the organizations behind this report, which has been involving a lot of people, over 40 people, over 20 institutions, over quite a long time. It's a long road, as these synthesis efforts are, including FAO at the lead, SCI, my organization, TNC, Conservation International, and many others. So we're going to kick off with an opening from Amy Duchel, who's a senior officer in FAO and team lead for forests and climate, and has been heavily involved in this report. And then Ludmila will step in to speak to the work that she's led, and then we're going to have a really good discussion. And one I want to just urge us all, we've all been in many events so far. Some of us have perhaps been in 2 weeks of events. I think all of us go into these events, we want to make sure that we come out with more connections than we came in with. So this is a group discussion. We're not here to just hear a few people say their piece. We're here to connect. So let's try and make sure this is all about connection. Forest, agriculture, climate. Let's connect ideas, let's connect organizations, let's connect individuals, and use this enormous piece of work to help accelerate and springboard the work that we all do. So without further ado, Amy, over to you.
Thank you, Toby, and it's nice to see you again after many years. We've known each other for a long time, so it's nice to be reconnected and to see so many good friends here today. In fact, this is a very momentous occasion for FAO to launch such a report, the Climate and Ecosystem Service Benefits of Forests and Trees for Agriculture. FAO is really trying to bridge these silos between forestry and agriculture, and this report is one of the other methods for doing so. And as Toby said, this has been a huge effort, more than 40 authors, leading experts in their fields, 25 organizations, almost 2 years of work, and multiple publishing partners. So this is the report, and actually I've just been advised that we're not sure the QR code. It should come live during this event, so you can test if it's already live, but by the end of the event it will be live, and we will show the QR code again. But this is the report, the Climate and Ecosystem Service Benefits of Forests and Trees for Agriculture. Next. So we know that forests and trees, this is a bit cut off at the top, but they're powerful allies for agriculture. And I think this is absolutely important because it changes the dichotomy that we're often, agriculture as a driver of deforestation, agriculture against forestry, forestry against agriculture. No, this is a much more positive narrative and understanding that in fact forests and trees are the most powerful allies that we have for agriculture in many contexts, and food security is really at the heart, and agricultural production and resilience is at the heart of the message of this report. It's a diversity of context. I mean, that's the tricky thing about this topic is that we often say it depends. So what we tried to do here was synthesize case studies from all over the world to try to, come to some general messages that could be taken up anywhere. But we can't forget that indeed it does still depend. It depends on the pattern of landscapes and trees and forests and landscapes. It depends on location, latitude. A lot of these cooling benefits and rainfall regulation benefits are more pronounced in the tropics than in higher latitudes or lower latitudes. So it's the distance, the proximity of forests to farms. These things do matter, and we can't just say in every context that the patterns are the same. So it's important to have that caveat, and we have a full chapter in the report dedicated to that, to all of that information. Next. This is the issue that really has been brought up by many, and the first who really addressed this was Deborah Lawrence et al. You may remember this incredible publication from 2022 where the additional mitigation that forests provide through cooling benefits that is not in any of our carbon accounting or understanding when we look at forests for their carbon and storage and sequestration alone. And that was a seminal piece of work. It was then followed by Francis Seymour's report and Mike Willison and others on the not just carbon, the other benefits of forests that got a lot of traction. And it was actually at a workshop that Francis convened and Mike in Brussels 2 years ago, where I first met Ludmila and others, where we said, you know, FAO is starting to, for the very first time, FAO has a joint item on agriculture and forestry in the context of our highest technical governing bodies, the Committee on Forestry and the Committee on Agriculture. And at that moment we said, you know, let's get this, let's keep going, bring more of the latest science, and let's bring this into the FAO context, and then bring this to COFO and COAG. And now 2 years later, we have the report that's the basis for doing so. So next, I mean, some incredible figures in this report. You know, this is another published paper that agriculture areas in 155 countries rely in forests in other countries that are not their own for up to 40% of annual precipitation. So you can imagine what this means for rain-fed agriculture, this trans-boundary nature of how forests provide these rainfall regulation benefits. And that absolutely affects crop production. Next. You know, the freshwater, there's an entire chapter dedicated to freshwater and rain-fed agriculture and water regulation benefits, including in dry forests. I think that's absolutely essential also to understand that how important in dry forests these relationships are. Next. And the well-being of workers. I mean, this was really led by the Nature Conservancy and Nick Wolf and others. Next, please. You know, sorry, okay, maybe we could just go back, actually. I don't. But, I mean, basically, the amount of, there's something like tropical deforestation has been attributed to deaths of 28,000 rural workers per year, and that's a new study that came out, you know, recently in a high-profile journal. And you know, not only that, but Nick Wolf and colleagues have shown that in addition to mortality itself, rural workers' capacities and cognitive capacities have major decreases in areas that have been deforested. And so, you know, just the rural workforce alone is under pressure from deforestation. And that's absolutely an important message that we're trying to get out there in the context of FAO. Next. And this is, Ludmila is going to talk more about the Amazon. So we're sharing this presentation because she's one of the lead scientists behind the Amazonian research. So I will keep going. This is 28,000 additional heat-related deaths annually. And so this, not only for the broader cooling, but also for the local adaptation. Next. And then we also have a final chapter on the biodiversity mediated and other ecosystem services. Of course, some of that is important. Next slide, please. Oops, did it, Sarah? Okay. Well, this is really about soil biodiversity benefits. A lot of the other, you know, not climate-related benefits, but that absolutely sustain ecological production, including, you know, some of this nutrient cycling, biological pest control, erosion control, fodder, and all of these other benefits that proximity to forests, trees, and landscapes provide for agriculture. And then finally, this pathways, you know, that's how we end the report. Go ahead. And this is, you know, really a lot in the context. We tried to really frame it, because we're launching this report at COP, we really tried to frame it in the context of a lot of the climate policy instruments that we have here, but of course also the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and others, but also the FAO committees that are upcoming, finance opportunities. You know, something very beautiful about the TFFF, the Tropical Forest Forever facility that everyone's been talking about. In the concept note itself, it makes it very explicit that we need standing forests also for agriculture. And this idea of payment per hectare is all about the host of benefits that forests provide, not just a carbon-centric vision. And I love that about the TFFF. It really incorporates that into its heart. And then we have other examples of including jurisdictional RED, which actually has been a very important mechanism for promoting forest agriculture synergies on the landscape. So I want to delve into one of the chapters because we have our star researcher here. And I know she canceled another event to be here, so I'm forever grateful that she prioritized us. There's a lot of competition today. And so over to Ludmila to delve a bit into the Amazon context. Thanks.
Thank you. And I think I'm going to skip and I'll go to the final because, yeah, we put together many things. No, the previous one. Okay. And this is the case study that we present at the chapter 3, showing the deforestation effects in the Amazon basin. This is the region that we work more, and for the last 40 years, this region lost 67 million hectares. It's the same size of France. So what are the consequences of that? And it's quite interesting because we have here the representation of what happens, like of all the chapters. First of all, we have this research station located here, near the Xingu Indigenous Reserve. And it's quite interesting because we have a mix of pasture, areas of pasture that were converted to croplands, remaining forest, and it's quite clear where the indigenous reserves and the protected areas are, because unfortunately we can see more and more the shape of them because all the other forests are kind of taken down. And the consequences here, first, for the climate, so you can, we can go to the next slide. For the climate, we have 3 different conditions. The areas that were converted from forest to pasture, the areas that were converted from forest to cropland directly, and the areas that were converted from pasture to cropland. Because usually the pathway is forest to pasture, pasture to cropland, but very recently, or not that recently, but we are seeing more and more the conversion from forest to cropland directly. And here is the what we call the net radiation, and it always decreases as we increase the deforestation. Here is the evapotranspiration. This is the latent heat, and here the temperature. And the take-home message here is, for each 10% of deforestation, we see an increase of 0.5 degrees Celsius. What does it mean to agriculture? For each 1 degree Celsius of an increasing in temperature, we see an increasing in 0.1 in vapor pressure deficit. Vapor pressure deficit is a very important variable for agriculture because that creates the water deficit in the key phenological phases of soybean development. Soybean is the crop that is more cultivated in this region. And for each 0.1 increase, I'm trying to do the math here now, we have a decrease in productivity of 1 bag of soybean per hectare. Because as we deforest the whole region, we have the decreasing of 600 kilos of soybean per hectare. This is a lot because in average in Brazil, the production is 3.6 tons per hectare. So we are talking here about a massive loss in productivity. And this is jeopardizing the profits of those farmers. I was there 2 weeks ago and was really sad to see that the marginal lands, people cultivating marginal lands, they are starting to have like financial problems because we experienced a lot of droughts, one after the other, and very challenging situations where they have dry spells, hot spells during the crop season. So it was quite bad to see there was like this family of producers. There's one that's near the forest and the other one is like, I would say like 20 kilometers far from a very large, 20 kilometers far from, can you please go back to the, I can show in the map. So one of the farmers is here, very, very close to the Xingu Indigenous Reserve, and the other one is a little bit south. So it's kind of like fragmented landscape. I know this is not science, it's just like an empirical experience that we saw there, but the guy that is near the forest is producing a way more than his brother that is cultivating a little bit sulfur. And it was pretty bad to see like the same family struggling to keep the profits in a challenging environment. And to talk more about the conditions for the workers, we see a lot of consequences for their health, but there is also the problem of job insecurity, especially for managers. Managers of farms, they are like the coach for soccer teams. If the soccer team doesn't play well, the coach is the one that is fired. It's the same for the managers, especially the ones that are managing the medium-sized farms. I know many of them, and their job insecurity is increasing over and over because of the crop failures that they are experiencing. The owner very often blames the manager. And we see that also happening in large farms too, but it's more common in the medium farms. And the last thing that I would like to talk about is the ecosystem services that we measure in this landscape. So thanks to Carolina Graça here, we secured some funding to evaluate the impacts of different agricultural landscapes with different amounts of forest. So we are doing that in a gradient, and we see a way more biological control in areas with more forest. And sometimes the insects that perform the biological control, they are also herbivorous. But so we are measuring both things to see if the damage they create is more or less of the benefits they create. And we see that the benefits surpasses the damage. So no fungicides anymore in these landscapes because you are throwing your money away. That's the message that we tell the farmers. You are throwing your money away, and you are also decreasing the activity of ants that could perform the biological control. Pollination is also a good thing there. With the areas that they apply less chemicals and the areas with more forest, we see more pollination. Soybean is not dependent on pollination, but the productivity could increase by 15% in areas with pollination. And of course, the benefits of the standing forests, the plants. This is something that Mike described quite well in the 4th chapter. So I think a whole report is a must read for all of us that are concerned about the benefits of forest in the local, regional, and continental and global scales. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ludmila and Amy. That was an incredibly powerful and very eloquent synthesis. This really is a must-read. I mean, there's a hell of a lot being published here, but this really is a must-read. This is a definitive piece that has taken years to be done. It's wonderful that there's so many authors here, and of course there are many not here. I want to acknowledge 2 of my colleagues, Rafaela Flack and Salom Kukbega, who've worked very hard in the editing and the production of this report. And it's just incredibly compelling. I loved your example of forests being allies of agriculture, and I love the example of how many countries depend on forests in other countries for their precipitation, which means that, you know, forests are allowing countries or underpinning the role that countries play as allies to each other, which, given that we're here in COP and anchored around the whole concept of mutirão, I thought that landed perfectly with the whole dynamic and the energy of collaboration and cooperation that we're trying to generate here. So we've heard the science. Let's hear some of the experiences, real experiences of people that have battled for years in different ways in policy and on the ground to try and translate some of this compelling evidence into improved policy. So I'd like to invite up our panel. So Mr. Bob Kazunga, who's the Assistant Commissioner for Forestry and Monitoring and the Red Plus focal point under the Ministry of Water and Environment in Uganda. Welcome, Bob. And Mr. James Connell from the UK International Forestry Unit, and Dr. Sonny Mombunan, who leads the program on public policy, the largest Global South program on public policy and climate change in the International Islamic University of Indonesia. What a great combination we have. I'm trying to get away from the feedback. I would like to start with you, Bob, if I may, because we just had a very inspiring conversation where you set out pretty much 15-year journey of trying to get Uganda's REDD+ program off the ground, and it finally is off the ground right here, right now, today, in COP30, and I kind of fed off some of your excitement, and it was very, very inspiring, and you said you're going home with your head held high, which is really inspiring for all of us. And much of the arguments that we've just heard, I assume, underpin the fight that you've been leading and involved in for 15 years about the relevance of forests for agriculture in Uganda and in neighboring regions. So speak to us, if you could, about the relevance and the challenges as well along the way, that journey about trying to anchor forests and agriculture as being interdependent, and how relevant those connections were for you bringing your work to fruition. And well done, seriously.
Thank you very much, moderator. Indeed, you know, for about 3 weeks now, my head has been up as a national REDD+ focal point for Uganda, because we became the first African country to receive resource-based payment from the GCF with approval of Board 43 of the GCF just a few weeks ago. So it's, I'm talking about how forests are important for agriculture. I mean, I know the report has outlined most of these things, but it's very difficult for, I mean, it's a whole suite of benefits that forests give to the agriculture sector. But just wish to mention that when we were developing the REDD+ strategy for the country, we did undertake an assessment of the drivers to deforestation and forest degradation, and agriculture was one of them. And I'm not trying to say agriculture is bad, but I'm trying to say that I think we need to see how we get these linkages work out right for us in the forestry sector. Because indeed, forests provide all the other benefits, ecosystem benefits, you know, affecting the hydrological nature of the microclimates, for example, of different areas. We have all this soil replenishment by forests, the prevention of soil erosion, you know, the holding on the soils so that erosion does not affect these landscapes. There are all this organic matter that comes from the trees that is useful for within the agricultural landscapes for soil replenishment, for the fertilizer, organic fertilizers. When you talk about the pollination, most of the trees act as the habitats for great pollinators within this landscape. So it's a whole suite of benefits that forests bring onto the agriculture, and I don't think I need to take you back into the report. But what is happening now is that as a country, let me go specific to Uganda, we are operating against what we call a program approach of providing services to the people. And so the program approach means that you have got to bring all the other sectors on board if you identify that that sector is relevant for your interventions to be done right. So agriculture is one of them. So we have interfaced with them in so many ways. One of them is that we have an interministerial committee between the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Water and Environment, tackling sustainable land management aspects, as well as climate smart agriculture aspects. So that committee or task force has both the Ministry of Water and Environment, Ministry of Agriculture, and other relevant ministries, including the Ministry of Lands, the National Planning Authority, and the Office of the Prime Minister that coordinates us all, the Ministry of Energy, and other relevant stakeholders, including non-state actors. But so that makes it possible for us to plan together. So at every point when you're doing a national development plan, for example, we've got to have these people on board. In fact, there is a team at the National Planning Authority that just looks at how you have ensured that you collaborate and engage the different sectors. And agriculture is very key for forestry. So we make sure we have these people on board our planning processes. Recently, we've just concluded the National Agroforestry Strategy for the country. And agroforestry is one of the easiest ways that you can connect forestry with agriculture, because it brings in the soil conservation aspects as a benefit for forests. For agriculture by forests. It brings in the aspects of how do you improve the soils, the integrity and the nature of the soils, because of the trees that you integrate within the croplands, what we call the traditional agroforestry tree species, and which vary for every country. In Uganda, we have species like Grevillea, Africana, species like Sesbania, Lucina. Of course, those may not be in the other countries, but you make sure that you target, you focus your interventions for agroforestry so that they benefit both the sector of forestry and the sector of agriculture, for example. The other aspect that we see quite critical, right now we are soon delivering the NDC 3.0 for the country. And so I find that it's very difficult. It has been difficult for us to leave out agriculture in our submissions for the NDC, especially when we're looking at the indicators for both, to measure for both mitigation and adaptation. You find that there are those interlinkages have to come in, because we know that forests provide both a mitigation and adaptation co-benefits, and vice versa. So we make sure that the sectors that are relevant are included. But it's also automatic that agriculture comes in, because when you look at our national strategy for RED+, the first option of the strategy for RED+ for the country is climate smart agriculture. We have an option there also for livestock rearing in a manner that is brings in forests and livestock interrelationships, but of course relating it to the reduction of methane, which comes from the dung from the livestock, and so there are all these interlinkages. We also have the aspect of wildfires. People open up land in most of the part of the country for pasture regrowth of pastures. And so we need to deal with that also in order to, and so that's an interlinkage. And how do we make sure that we prevent emissions resulting from clearing up, burning up land for pasture, which is the other side of agriculture. We've met a challenge, a couple of challenges as we try to make this happen. Some of the policies of agriculture call for high yields for the agriculture sector. And so when that happens, then the most prone land for expansion for agriculture is the forested land. So we find that we've been having some battles with a couple of private sector people who will go for the forested lands. Sometimes we give them land to plant trees, but they end up first planting crops, and then later on they plant the trees. So all this, and that affects the whole objective and purpose for sustainable forest management. So in terms of policy, there's some policy incoherences, and we also have something we're working with the FAO actually, which is very interesting, the public expenditure for forests and coherence and policy coherence aspects. We're trying to see how does the money to the agriculture sector affect what happens in the forestry sector. So when you increase subsidies for agriculture, then you may affect forestry. So we're also trying to work with agriculture to make sure that we create a win-win, a balance between forest and agriculture in terms of public expenditure. So that's another challenge, that if there is a policy requirement for agriculture sector to expand land for agriculture, they may end up into the forested land, and that's a very big problem. But then we also have, of course, the issue of the governance issue, because sometimes if you cannot protect and prevent people from getting to your forested lands effectively because of limited capacities, both of human and financial capacity to do so, then that can be a very, very difficult problem. Then the last issue is the data. what evidence do we have to show that this has actually affected forestry, the expansion of agriculture? And this is when we bring in the EUDR, for example, conversation. Is something that is helping us from the market side to deal with some of the things that may happen outside our sector, and somebody else from the market is helping us as a sector to prevent deforestation as a result of agricultural commodities and expansion. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Bob. I honestly can't imagine a more compelling, grounded experience of the interlinkages between forest and agriculture in a long-term policy process than what you've just set out. It was absolutely brilliant and very inspiring. Is it fair, just a very quick answer, if you may, is it fair to say, because of course we've just set out in this report that agriculture needs forests, but you're also being clear that forests need sustainable agriculture, so it's a full cycle. Is it fair to say that if this report was in your hands 10 years ago, it would have concretely helped in moving the argument faster? So, you know, a country
Yes.
that's starting this journey now, are they going to be helped to be unlocked by having stronger, clearer arguments and stories, like the kind of personal stories that Ludmilla gave?
Certainly. I see, so I read the report, some of the chapters have a lot of good science for us to base on, some evidence to base on as we are having these conversations with the colleagues in the agriculture sector, because sometimes you don't have much evidence to indicate that they are affecting you and
Sure.
that you also need you and you need them. So I think it's a report that would have been quite useful if
Fantastic.
I'd got it much
Well,
earlier.
let's use it then as a springboard for identifying where are some of these kind of policy bottlenecks that can be broken or unlocked by specific pieces of evidence from work like this. Sunny, thanks very much, Bob. Maybe I could turn to you. So you're in the thick of training new generations of experts and policy officers to be anchoring climate change in public policy. It'd be wonderful to hear some of your experiences of the relevance of forests in some of those discussions, in the work that you do, in the training that you do, and maybe how you've seen that change over time and how it could be further accelerated.
First of all, congratulations to FAO for this report. I think if I can respond directly to your question, the very difference that one can see in this report, for example, is the way you frame it. You see the direction. What we have, I'm bringing here, for example, the Indonesia's NDC submitted recently, the second NDC. It's always a mitigation, adaptation, and adapt to, including agriculture, adapt to climate change. Now with this report, it shows that forests can also contribute something, to agriculture. So it's rather somewhat different frame what we have seen at the moment or in the past. Second one would be the positive framing of this, because when I in contact with them and I say, what we are going to talk is probably about what we've been talking about, palm oil, deforestation sort of things, but now the direction is a bit different. Now, if we may convey to policymakers, I believe the report will be a lot with the science part, but now with the economic science, economic arguments, economic cases on why it is important, the contribution of climate and forest to agriculture. So that's something that we may probably want to explore more or emphasize when we want to communicate to policymakers. I hope that addressed the question.
Yeah, no, it does, absolutely. I'm curious because you have hundreds of students going through your course, right? I wonder how much you've seen forest and agriculture as topics increase in their prominence and relevance in their minds, in their expectations coming into the program.
It's always important for students, but then the connection between forest and forestry, agriculture, or a bit broader, land-based sector and land use change, I think it's already set in certain, narrative, But now what we expect and begin to expect from the report is sort of, maybe the relation's a bit the other way around, that forest can also contribute something to agriculture and the associated benefits. When in Indonesia, we just had the University of Indonesia Center for Climate and Sustainable Finance has calculated the part of the largest fiscal transfers in Indonesia. It's like 3.8 billion. So last year can be attributed to the presence of forest cover. So that's slightly larger than all the RED Plus funding since its inception, like Amy mentioned in Stockholm during the IFRO conference, around 3 billion. So now how can we bring this into something with students? Because when it comes to, for example, finance, always thinking about we need to get funding from outside, but actually maybe we can also think about what we understood as domestic mobilization of resources, like we have in Indonesia now. I'm talking about the 3.8 billion per year, and then link it to initiative, a great one like the TFFF, for example. So one can see it's not so much of the funding issues, but also how, so it's tackled more or less, we have the funding and then combined with the global mobilization, but now how we address it and channel it into areas where forests and then agriculture can sort of, synergize and have more positive benefits and frame. Yeah, I hope that addressed.
Yeah, no, that's brilliant, because of course there's going to be a lot of discussion and challenge around how to land funding from different mechanisms, including TFFF. How much goes to traditional forest conservation? How much goes to agricultural systems? And I think the positive framing that this report brings, which many of us knew, but actually articulates it in an irrefutable way. The kind of cascading effects of forest loss on temperature, on water vapor pressure deficit, on productivity that Ludmila set out, and all of the positives from services and the personal stories can be part of catalyzing that. Thanks very much, Sonny. James, last but not least, you're in the International Forest Unit of the UK government, and the UK has been at the kind of the centre of many international policy processes around forest, not least TFFF. It'd be good to hear from you about how that relationship between forests and agriculture has shaped the course of some of the processes that you've been involved in, particularly around unlocking finance, if you could.
Yeah. Thank you, Toby. Good morning, everybody. First, thank you for the invite to this session and to fellow panelists, and also to UNFF for this pavilion. It's I was in the room. I was fortunate enough to be in the room when we agreed this pavilion, and members agreed it, and it's absolutely terrific to see it. Right, to have forests at the heart of the UNFCCC, which is where we all know they need to be. Also, enormous thanks, congratulations to FAO for this report. It is just extremely important, I think, that this report contributes to shifting the discourse around forests and agriculture. Three points, if I may, in response to your question, Toby. And I'll try to keep brief because I'm very conscious I'm sort of on a panel with real forest experts, and I'm sort of more on the policy side, so very much learning from my colleagues here. The first is around this point of needing to shift the narrative and discourse. Amy mentioned this challenge around forests and agriculture being framed as competing land use issues. I think we have with deforestation and forest degradation a discounting problem, right? As economists would call it. The huge benefits, the biophysical benefits in particular of forests for health, for the economy, for climate, for nature, are just taken for granted. The economy free rides them to a large extent. So this report is really valuable for challenging that discourse, for emphasising the importance for rainfall, for stabilising temperatures, etc., maintaining soil fertility. So what do we need with that? Well, I think we need to work at the international level to embed that as a new norm, as a language that instead of talking and focusing on the putative tension between protecting and restoring forests and agricultural production, we need to emphasise their co-benefits, and that is what this report takes serious steps towards doing. I won't go into the science again because we have eminent scientists here who already touched on this. I think one element that I think is coming up more in sort of the international and forest policy circle is the importance of forests for water and food security in particular. We have talked a lot about carbon. We perhaps need to talk about H2O as much as CO2. I think here in the importance of water as a real fungible asset that forests provide. And we are working, Toby, through the international system, through UNFF and other fora to try to work with partners to bring profile and significance to the importance of forests on these issues. Second, I think we need to do more to emphasise forests as a system. So forests sit at the centre of a web linking climate, food and health security. We heard, for instance, on the health security element here of rural and agricultural workers and IPLCs as well, making sure that we emphasise the importance of these interlinking policy agendas, which forests sit at the very centre of. It's what makes forests, I think, such a compelling area of work for policymakers, is they are at this confluence of so many different policy agendas. And I think we heard a little bit from Bob around the importance of embedding forests at local, national, regional and international levels, including through, for instance, NDCs and BSAPs, etc., to really understand and reflect systemic risk and opportunity through these frameworks. Finally, I think we need to be able to turn this into action and concrete action. I think partly there is a real value to understanding and to thinking more about natural capital accounting, and the UK has been doing some of that domestically. Again, we have a much smaller forest area than colleagues here, but we are working to learn from the experiences of partners such as Indonesia, Uganda, Brazil and others on the value of integrating forests more with our own agricultural systems, and we have been committing to new national forests in the UK. I think finance internationally is really important, and the UK has obviously been very heavily involved in this through a pretty vibrant international climate finance portfolio work, such as Partnerships for Forests, which works globally to crowd in the private sector behind public-private partnerships, particularly around a mosaic approach to restoration, where we can build on a kind of a restoration model that brings in productive forests alongside native forests as well, to ensure that we get the benefits of both restoring critical forest ecosystems, but also improving livelihoods. So yes, scaling those initiatives, strengthening partnerships to deliver that, I think is where the UK sits and where the UK is committed.
Great. Thanks very much, James. This is definitely one of my favourite panel events, actually, because we've got genuinely new and compelling and exciting and positive science, moving away from avoiding harm narratives to maximising benefits, recognising shared risks and maximising benefits. That's not a story that's new to many of us, but the way it's packaged and the way it's being presented is truly motivating. And I think it's just been anchored brilliantly in each of your presentations. We've only got 10 minutes, but I want to just throw it out to everyone, and we already have a colleague here who would like to bring. A particular question of mine is, how can we use this science? What are the tactics? What are the levers that we can use this science, this report, and the thinking around it to unlock greater appreciation of these co-benefits and unlock better governance and unlock greater finance? Please, if you could give your name and your institution.
Okay, my name is Daniel Murdiarso. I'm with CIFOR-ICRAF, based in Bogor, Indonesia. Old friends of Amy. Congratulations on the report, Amy. I look forward to read it, but I'm just curious about the issue of transboundary. I think ecosystem services is a transboundary issue. It's not necessarily across the countries, but can be at subnational level. How does the report address this? Thank you.
Great, a question. Do you have the answer?
No, it's a huge issue and a huge challenge, in fact. And we do get into a little bit of the transboundary PES type discussions, which are sort of an innovative policy instrument that's under development based on this whole watershed approach from the upper, to the lower models within a watershed that are often indeed crossing boundaries. And so there are some examples, that where this has been applied. But I mean, I think simply by, I don't have the answer, but by highlighting some of the evidence, we're getting to a first step. Because again, as you highlighted, that number of the 155 countries that are dependent on this, the rain-fed agriculture from others. I mean, this is something that probably most of us would never think about that. And so just by starting to bring in those numbers, it's a first step. It's not a solution, but there are certainly, we try to bring some examples of solutions in this. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks very much, Amy. I think that is definitely one of the statistics that's going to sit with me, and it relates to the old idea of precipitation sheds. Where is the area of supply of rainfall coming from, which is very often transboundary and can increasingly be mapped with increasing accuracy. Just want to see if there's any more questions, comments, particularly on how to unlock and accelerate action. Johannes.
Thank you, Toby. So I'll try to direct my question in that. Closer?
No, just brief.
Brief, yes. Directing my question to your prompt, I was curious about the interministerial committee in Uganda, and particularly in terms of how your experience has been with the coordination across agriculture and forestry and broader in other ministries. So, yeah, basically I'd be interested in your experience on that and the coordination across the two sectors.
Thanks, Johannes. Bob, this one for you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for that question. My experience is that coordination has an emotional expenditure around it, so it depends a lot on how you engage with the different people on the other side. So what we usually do is that we bring it both at the level of the technical persons and also at the higher level. So for as long as we have a green light for us to engage between our head of institution of Ministry of Water and Environment and head of institution of Ministry of Agriculture, then the technical people usually, we are, we're actually colleagues. We've been around more or less the same time with each other, and some of them are actually with me here at the COP, so we're actually colleagues. So usually it is unlocking at the higher level is the secret that we've used in Uganda too, and that's why we've been able to do the strategy for agroforestry without any challenge. Otherwise, the Ministry of Agriculture would have wanted to be the host, but we agreed that Ministry of Water and Environment hosts the Secretariat for Agroforestry, because agroforestry has been seen to be an orphaned kind of, who is the champion? Is it agriculture or is it forestry? But we had to agree because we were able to unlock what would have been, the challenge.
Thank you, Bob. I love that answer because you grounded it in basically trust and shared experience. And I once heard a quote a few months ago from Kate Raworth, who does the donut economics, that change moves at the speed of trust. And I think that that's absolutely true. And Sonia, I can imagine that you're creating the next cohort. You get on and you can manage that interministerial context because you were on the same master's program as some of your colleagues in other ministries. So it's incredibly powerful. I'm going to put you guys on the spot for very, very short answers before we turn to our wrap-up with our esteemed colleague and long friend, Andre Guimarães here. Is there one thing, maybe you don't have one thing, but is there one thing, a source of inspiration, an insight, a connection that you're taking from this body of work, this discussion, that may change slightly how you act and how you work in this space, in this forest, climate, agriculture, interlinkages space? Whoever wants to go first. James. Very short.
I don't mind jumping in. I think it is validation, actually. I think this is something, you know, the huge and manifold benefits of forests is something that I think we all intuitively grip, but as a policymaker who's often in a negotiating room, needing to sort of embed that to make it in text. I'm a bit of a text geek, a bit of a negotiating geek. Having it, being able to, you know, put it in black and white and have the science back that up, that's incredibly powerful. And it's what we can use to persuade our political colleagues, our ministers, to really lean in. And it is working, I should say.
Thanks, James. Validation. Oh, Bob, you go next. Sure, one thing.
I wish I'd gone fast because just mentioned what I wanted to say. But indeed, when I look at the conversation here and then the report itself, I think for me I have now what it takes to provide additional evidence. We've been having all these conversations, for example, on the forest and water nexus, even within my Ministry of Water and Environment. What contribution does forests make to the water sector? And it's been very tough for a very long time until recently when we managed to unlock and break through our colleagues on the engineering side to convince them that actually we can work together on this. And we're actually working on something with FAO. We've just started on it for forest and water next within the ministry. And the same thing on the other side of agriculture. So this conversation provides me with more confidence.
More confidence.
To
Nice.
engage.
Validation, confidence. Sunny.
I'm sure that's a number of things that we can learn from this, but because
You're
it's
allowed
only
one.
one, I would say the way it is framed, avoid, the usual tensions between forestry and then agriculture. And I think that's a good frame as a basis for stakeholders. And it is a very tense area. Those working in policy knows it's very tense in countries like Indonesia. If we have this kind of frame, then it allows more, genuine discussion, even if it is hard. And as you mentioned, everything depends on the level of trust. That creates trust. Yeah?
Perfect. Validation, confidence, depolarization. Thanks very much. We don't have time for more questions, I'm afraid. I want to hand to my old friend, Andre Guimarães, who is the Executive Director of EPAN and has been working at this interface for decades, just to help us to give some closing remarks. Andre.
You just aged me a little bit now, huh? Thanks a lot, Toby. Amy, fantastic section. Distinguished panelists. Just a few thoughts based on what I've heard today. And I think it's important to put what we've discussed here in a broader perspective, Toby. And I think, looking at the tropical belt of the planet, we're talking about somewhere, depending on the source, somewhere between 40 to 60% of the global food is produced in this part of the planet. And one of the main reasons for that to happen is because we have forests. Okay, let's look at Brazil, a case that I know better. Around 90% of the Brazilian agriculture, which is, depending on the source, once again, somewhere around 10 to 12% of the global food produced in this country, 90% of our agriculture is rain-fed. And its productive is directly related. Luigi will agree with me. We've done quite a few, developments and reports at the studies that we do, and it's clearly proven that we need forests to continue producing food. So Brazil, once again, its competitive advantage is because we have some places, Brazil has 2, sometimes 3 cycles in the same year. And that distribution of water that allows for these 3 cycles precisely comes from the native vegetation. So I'm an agronomist by training, and I was educated back in the 80s. And the paradigm by then was that remove Cerrado, remove the Amazon to perform agriculture. That was the behavior. Brazil 50 years ago was a net importer of food. Now we are what we are. And one of the reasons for that is because we have forests. Now we know that, that clearing process has to be replaced with a process in which you incorporate forest fragments or redesign the agricultural frontier so we have, a more stable climate for agriculture. So at the end of the day, what do we need to do? I think if we don't do anything now, Amy, what's going to happen is that we will have food inflation in the future. So the big question is, let's bring this food inflation to net present value and see what is best to deal with future food inflation or to protect forests now? That is the big question. And the answer for that is TFFF type things. And TFFF, I know, and I couldn't agree more with you, representative from Indonesia, that we need the TFFF urgently. And I'm glad that it's moving forward, but let's put it in perspective. It's not going to be enough. $4 per hectare, I mean, the opportunity cost for soy in Brazil can be $200. The opportunity cost for cotton is $400. For cattle, $100. So it's not enough, but it's a signal in the right direction. So I think the challenge now is to aggregate other processes within, that would value forests, interest rate rebates, premium prices, and a combination of payment for environmental services and so on and so forth, together with the TFFF. TFFF, for me, more than numbers, more than billions and billions of dollars, is a signal. This is the direction we are going. That's a changing paradigm, and that's what we've seen here. So congratulations, Luigi, on the chapter, Amy, for leading this process. I'm really looking forward to FAO to absorb this knowledge and really change, the behavior of, agronomists like myself. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Andre. And just some final remarks from Amy, who's led this process for so long.
In fact, my final remark is to give credit to the person who really led the process, and that is Rafaela Flack, who you mentioned at Stockholm Environment Institute. I wish she was here. She's a research fellow, young, Brazilian, brilliant scientist, along with Salorm Kubega, who you acknowledged as well. They were motors, and also from my side, from FAO side, Sara Casayas Ramirez, who's our Forest and Water Officer from Colombia. I mean, these three are a power team, and I hope they are watching, but they should be here, and they're the real leaders behind this. And what we will do is take this forward from FAO's side. This is just the first step. So, and I've been told that the link keeps coming down and up. So if you could just take a photo of this QR code, I promise you it will be back today, and then distribute the report through your networks. Enjoy it. Send us feedback. We will be writing policy briefs on this. We will bring it to COFO. We need your critical feedback. So just write to me. Thank you. And thank you, Toby, for your brilliant moderation, as always. It's a pleasure to have you. Thanks. Oh, and we need a photo of everybody who spoke, so before you leave. Thank you. And Andre should come too. You're an author. Come. Well, you, Andre, of course, but the one more? Okay.
Da FAO Brasil. Muito obrigado. Bom, senhoras e senhores, vivemos um momento decisivo. O modelo agroalimentar que predomina hoje é responsável por cerca de 1/3 das emissões globais de gases de efeito estufa. provoca 80% da perda da biodiversidade e consome a maior parte da água doce do planeta. Essa trajetória está degradando o solo, colapsando ecossistemas e ameaçando nossa segurança alimentar.
So greetings to all. It's a real pleasure to be here, and greetings to all the panelists from Minister Teixeira. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living a decisive moment. The current predominant agro-food model is today responsible for about a third of global GHG emissions, provoking 80% of biodiversity loss and consuming most of the world's fresh water. And this trajectory is degrading the soil, collapsing ecosystems, and threatening our food security.
Ao mesmo tempo, sabemos que 550 milhões de famílias agricultoras produzem 80% dos alimentos do mundo. E, paradoxalmente, são elas que mais sofrem com os impactos da crise climática e recebem menos de 1% do financiamento climático global. Mundialmente, a insegurança alimentar e nutricional é maior nas zonas rurais.
Simultaneously, we know that 550 million family farms produce about 80% of the world's food in value terms. And paradoxically, they are the ones who suffer the most with the impacts of the climate crisis and receive less than 1% of global climate finance. Globally, the food and nutrition insecurity is more predominant in rural areas.
Diante desse cenário, o Brasil lança, sob a agenda de ação da COP30, o Plano de Aceleração do Terra, que significa Juntos pela Expansão da Agrofloresta e Agroecologia Resilientes e Restaurativas.
In this scenario, Brazil launches, within the action agenda of COP30, the Terra Plan to Accelerate Solutions, which means together expanding resilient and restorative agroecology and agroforestry.
O Terra nasce com um propósito claro: valorizar e ampliar os sistemas agroecológicos e agroflorestais, liderados por agricultores familiares, povos indígenas e comunidades tradicionais, com ênfase no papel das mulheres e jovens, que são os mais abertos a mudanças. Queremos restaurar a biodiversidade, fortalecer a segurança alimentar e nutricional, aumentar a resiliência climática e gerar renda digna no campo.
So Terra is being created with a clear purpose to value and expand agroecological and agroforestry systems led by family farmers, indigenous peoples, traditional communities, with an emphasis on the role of women and youth, who tend to be most open to changes. We want to restore biodiversity, strengthen food and nutrition security, increase climate resilience, and generate dignified income in the countryside.
Agroecologia e agrofloresta são soluções comprovadas. Em larga escala, reduzem emissões, sequestram carbono, recuperam solos e conservam água e biodiversidade. Mas também ampliam a oferta de alimentos diversificados e nutritivos, fortalecem a produção local e reduzem a dependência de importação e de insumos externos, tornando as comunidades mais autônomas e seguras em termos alimentares. Multiplicar a produção agroecológica e agroflorestal é fundamental para construir a soberania alimentar em sinergia com a biodiversidade, superando a lógica destrutiva dos monocultivos.
Agroecology and agroforestry are renowned solutions. When scaled, they reduce emissions, sequester carbon, regenerate soils, and conserve water and biodiversity. But they also enable to increase the supply of diversified and nutritious food, strengthen local production, and reduce the dependency on imports and external inputs, making communities more autonomous and secure in food terms. So to multiply the agroecological and agroforestry production is fundamental to build food sovereignty in synergy with biodiversity, thereby surpassing the destructive logic of monoculture.
No mundo todo, já vemos experiências inspiradoras. No Brasil, temos combinado diversos esforços para acelerar a transição agroecológica e agroflorestal.
In the whole world, we have seen inspiring experiences. In Brazil, we have combined diverse efforts to accelerate the agroecological and agroforestry transitions.
O programa EcoForte trabalha com redes territoriais agroecológicas que combinam organização de produtores familiares, ONGs e diversos outros atores.
The EcoForte program works with territorial networks of agroecology that combine producer organizations, NGOs, and other civil society actors.
O programa Quintais Produtivos fortalece a autonomia econômica das mulheres rurais com crédito, assistência técnica e acesso a mercados.
The Productive Home Gardens program strengthens the economic autonomy of rural women by facilitating access to credit, technical assistance, and access to markets.
O Programa Nacional de Formação em Assistência Técnica e Extensão Rural para assentamentos de reforma agrária, o Proforex, que agora passou a se chamar Prosemear, capacita jovens assentados em parceria com 16 universidades que se tornam agentes locais de formação, multiplicadores de conhecimentos e práticas agroecológicas nos seus assentamentos.
The National Program for the Training and Capacity Building in Agroecological Practices for Rural Extension and Technical Assistance trains youth from land reform settlements in partnership with 16 universities. These youth become local training agents who multiply knowledge and agroecological practices in their land reform settlements.
O programa da Terra Mesa leva fomento a agricultores familiares nos mais diversos territórios do país, para aquisição de insumos, maquinário e outros ativos que permitem acelerar a transição ecológica.
The program From the Land to the Table brings small grants to family farmers in the more diverse territories of the country to acquire inputs, machinery, and others assets that enable to accelerate their agroecological transition.
Aqui na Amazônia, o Programa Nacional de Florestas Produtivas valoriza a floresta em pé, apoiando a produção de frutas como cacau, açaí, cupuaçu, andiroba, borracha, plantas medicinais, consorciadas com cultivo de ciclo curto, que geram segurança alimentar e renda para os agricultores familiares, ao mesmo tempo que regeneram os solos, a biodiversidade, as águas, contribuindo assim para a mitigação quanto à adaptação em assentamentos da reforma agrária.
Here in the Amazon, the National Program for Productive Forests values the standing trees, supporting the production of fruits such as açaí, cacao, cupuaçu, also other forestry products like andiroba, rubber, medicinal plants, which multi-cropped with short cycle crops enable to generate food security and income for family farmers, whilst they at the same time regenerate soil, biodiversity, water retention, contributing in that way to mitigation and adaptation in land reform settlements.
Exemplo do que é possível atingir e multiplicar com esse programa é o sistema agroflorestal de dendê e cacau desenvolvido pela cooperativa Canta, que obtém uma produtividade 40% superior aos monocultivos, garantindo renda e ampliando o acesso a alimentos saudáveis produzidos de forma sustentável.
One example of what can be achieved by strengthening these agroforestry systems is the CAMTA cooperative, which has been able to, through its palm oil and cacao agroforestry system, obtain 40% higher productivity than monoculture.
A RECA, que é uma outra cooperativa da agricultura familiar de grande êxito na Amazônia, que demonstra que é possível combinar geração de renda, segurança alimentar, conservação ambiental em sistemas agroflorestais virtuosos.
Another very successful cooperative in the Amazon is RECA, that showing that it is possible to combine income generation, food security, and environmental conservation. in agroforestry systems.
Existem muitos outros bons exemplos na África, na Ásia, na América Latina e no Caribe, de agricultores e agricultoras que diversificam a produção e fortalecem sua segurança alimentar com práticas harmônicas com a natureza.
There are many other examples in Africa, Asia, and Latin America and the Caribbean of farmers who diversify their production and strengthen food security with practices that are harmonious with nature.
Mas ainda existem barreiras. O acesso limitado a tecnologias, mercados, crédito e políticas adequadas. E é por isso que o Terra propõe 5 alavancas de aceleração.
But there still exist many barriers, limited access to technology, to markets, to credit, and to adequate policies. And this is why Terra proposes 5 acceleration levers.
Primeiro, fortalecer as organizações de produtores e cooperativas para ampliar a escala e o impacto das iniciativas agroecológicas.
Number 1, strengthening producer organizations and cooperatives to scale, increase the scale and the impact of agroecological initiatives.
Segundo, criar centros de treinamentos regionais de inovação e capacitação, promovendo a troca de saberes e a valorização do conhecimento tradicional.
Secondly, create training centers at the regional level for innovation and capacity building, thus promoting exchange of knowledge and the valuing of traditional knowledge.
Terceiro, mobilizar financiamento público e privado, por meio de fundos hospedados no FIDA, no FFF, o Fundo para Agricultura e Floresta da FAO, e eu quero aqui também dizer no TFFF, que foi proposto pelo Garo.
Thirdly, to mobilize public and private financing, including via multi-donor trust funds hosted in IFAD and indeed in the Forest and Farm Facility, our host today, and also, the Minister mentions, the TFFF, the Tropical Forest and Farm Facility.
Quarto, ampliar o acesso a sementes, bioinsumos, maquinário e tecnologias adaptadas e acessíveis à agricultura familiar, promovendo sistemas produtivos mais diversos e nutritivos.
Fourthly, increase access to seeds, bioinputs, and adapted machinery and technology that are accessible to family farming, thus promoting productive systems that are more diverse and nutritious.
Quinto, promover cadeias de valor inclusivas e mercados sustentáveis, fortalecendo circuitos curtos de comercialização e políticas de compras públicas de alimentos saudáveis.
And fifthly, promote inclusive value chains and sustainable markets, thus strengthening short circuits of commercialization as well as public purchase policies of healthy food.
Essas ações serão implementadas em parcerias com governos, produtores, instituições financeiras e de pesquisa em 3 fases.
These actions will be implemented in partnership with governments, producers, financial institutions, research institutions in 3 phases.
Seleção e parceria. 2, co-desenho da implementação. E 3, execução com monitoramento participativo.
Number 1, selection and partnership. 2, co-designing of implementation. And 3, execution with participatory monitoring.
E considerando que esta COP acontece na Amazônia, o Terra também lança a Iniciativa Global de Florestas Produtivas, um movimento para valorizar as árvores em pé e integrar a produção de alimentos e bens florestais sustentáveis, como cacau, açaí, castanhas e plantas medicinais.
And take into account that this COP is happening in Amazon. Terra is also launching the Global Productive Forest Initiative, a movement that aims to value standing trees and integrate the production of food and forestry products that are sustainable, such as cacao, açaí, nuts, and medicinal plants.
Queremos redefinir a relação entre agricultores e florestas, transformando-as em florestas produtivas, fonte de alimento, renda e equilíbrio climático. Com isso, unimos segurança alimentar, conservação ambiental e inclusão social em uma mesma estratégia.
We want to redefine the relationship between farmers and forests, transforming them into productive forests, sources of food, income, and climate balance. With this, we combine food security, environmental conservation, and social inclusion in a same strategy.
Tenho certeza que a Declaração de Belém sobre fome, pobreza e ação climática centrada nas pessoas, já subscrita por dezenas de chefes de Estado, nos auxiliará nesse propósito. E temos a convicção de que o nosso sucesso concreto irá reforçar o espírito e as metas dessa declaração.
I am certain that the Belém Declaration on Hunger, Poverty, and Climate Action centered on people, which has been already ratified by dozens of heads of state, will help us in this purpose. And we are convinced that our concrete successes will reinforce the spirit and the goals of this declaration.
Senhoras e senhores, o Paz Terra se alinha a 3 convenções do Rio e ao espírito da Aliança Global contra a Fome e a Pobreza.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Paz Terra is aligned with the 3 Rio Conventions and with the spirit of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty.
Através do Terra, o Brasil propõe um caminho que une mitigação e adaptação, agricultura e floresta, prosperidade econômica e harmonia com a natureza.
Through Terra, Brazil proposes a path that combines mitigation and adaptation, agriculture and forestry, economic prosperity and harmony with nature.
Caminho que reconhece os agricultores familiares, povos indígenas e comunidades locais como guardiões da terra.
This is a path that recognizes family farmers, the indigenous peoples and local communities as the guardians of the earth.
Da biodiversidade e das soluções para a fome e a crise climática.
Of biodiversity and also of solutions for hunger and the climate crisis.
As mulheres e a juventude precisam estar à frente desse processo.
Women and youth also need to be at the front line of this process.
Juntos, num grande multirão, podemos transformar os sistemas agroalimentares e garantir que o solo, a terra e o planeta continuem a nos alimentar com dignidade, diversidade, sustentabilidade e justiça.
Together in a big mutirão, this collective work, we can transform the agro-food systems and guarantee that soil, land and planet continue feeding us with dignity, diversity, sustainability and justice.
Terra é solo, terra é território, terra é o nosso planeta. Muito obrigado.
Terra is land, terra is soil, terra is land, and terra is our planet. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, ministro. Obrigada pela esta iniciativa tão inovadora de promover sinergias entre florestas e agricultura através de sistemas agroflorestais e agroecologia. É um grande prazer poder colaborar com o MVA nessa iniciativa. Obrigada mesmo. We will now turn over to our panel discussion, and we have several distinguished speakers with us today representing regional farmer organizations, international research centers, bringing a diversity of perspectives. So I'd like to call them up to the stage. Esther Penunia, Secretary General of the Asia Farmers Association, Elizabeth Nisama Adali, the President of the Eastern Africa Farmers Federation and former President of the Pan-African Farmers Organization, and Maya Rajasekaran, Managing Director for the Americas Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT and Director General of CIAT. We'll have a few questions for the panel and we'll start our discussion here. I should say that Juan Carlos Cintiac is not able to join us yet. He may still come, but let's see. So we'll start with our discussion here. Okay. So I'd like to start with Esther. As we heard so nicely from the minister on the 5 levers of this new PAS, farmer organizations and support for farmer organizations is a key lever. And it would be very important to hear your perspective from the Asian context on how producer networks can help to get buy-in for agroecology and agroforestry systems.
Good morning to everyone, and thank you for the question. I would like to answer the question by also sharing our experience and story. Now, AFA is our regional level organization with 13 million small-scale women, men, and young farmers in 16 countries. We are a partner of the FAO Forest and Farm Facility, as well as we are in the steering committee of the Agroecology Coalition, which are partners already of Terra. In AFA, at least a third of our members are in forested landscapes. They are living inside or near the forest. When we had the partnership with FFF, we did not understand their situation and we did not have any program for them. But AFA consolidated, so this is an answer for what can we do, because we want to be a partner of Terra as a farmers organization. But what can we do? First, we can consolidate the voice of hundreds, thousands, and even millions of farmers so that we could make recommendations to our governments at the national level and to intergovernmental and global processes such as UNFCCC. So how did we do it? For example, in AFA, first we conducted national consultations in the countries where we have farmers in forested landscape, and then we conducted a regional consultation, and from that regional consultation, we had a sustainable agroforestry agenda in AFA, and it guided us in terms of what we can do to help service our members. Okay. Second, we can be a consolidator of the wealth of our members. Through cooperatives, through commodity clusters, we can create or establish cooperatives where the produce of the farmers in forested landscapes like bees, like fruit trees, no? Like acacia that we can do, we can make paper and send them to IKEA Foundation. We are doing this. We are consolidating their wealth through cooperatives. So third action that we can do is we can synergize funding. So we have funding from FFF, we have funding from IFAD. We put this together so that we can have bigger and better service for the farmers. So with Terra, we hope that you could continue to strengthen the producer organizations, the family farmers organizations, and to strengthen them, we really need financing. And financing should be direct to us with very small intermediaries. It should be flexible, and it should be trust-based, not one project with many indicators and with many things to send, not to you. And lastly, we hope that it can be multi-country, that farmers organizations can get money for multi-country projects, because multi-country projects can strengthen regional sharing and knowledge management amongst the different farmers groups. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Your perspective is so important as really the Secretary General of the Asia Farmers Association. I mean, incredible experience and representation right here with us. We'll now move to Africa context, and I'd like to pass over to Elizabeth, again, President of the Eastern Africa Farmers Federation and former President of the Pan-African Farmers Organization. So again, huge, broad experience and representation here. And my question for you is, what opportunities and barriers do you see for mainstreaming agroecology and agroforestry practices across Africa?
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Nsimadala. I'm a smallholder farmer from Uganda, and as already introduced, the president of the Eastern Africa Farmers Federation. This is a regional body that brings together 24 national level apex farmers organizations in the 10 Eastern African countries. And as a former president of PAFO, which is the Pan-Africa Farmers Organization, it has a footprint in 50 countries of Africa with a membership of 80 national that knowledge gap. The second one is around financing. It's a very, very big barrier. Esther mentioned that we are really pushing for direct funding for smallholder farmers. When you speak of agroecology and agroforestry, there is need for transitioning. But where does the farmer get that financing that is going to take care of the cost of the transitioning? Because with agroecology, productivity increases over time. And within that time of transition, the farmer needs some financing to be able to take care of that. Then another barrier is around policies. We have so many government policies that are supporting industrial, agriculture, and especially the chemical inputs in form of subsidies. And you know why? It's because, and I want to say this, most of our African governments are collapsed. So it is one way of getting money out of the system through subsidies. Most of these tall buildings that you see in the suburbs of our capital cities are the subsidies that are supposed to be going to the farmers. So I think it's important that most of our governments do policy alignment. On one phase, they are promoting agroecology. On the other phase, they are promoting, let's say, GMOs and so forth, or they are silent. So can we have policy alignment in terms of where do you belong? What kind of farming are you supporting? It's important. Then, of course, the markets. The markets are also a very big barrier because they are not appreciative of the goods that are produced through agroecology. So I think it's important that we give value to food, especially where food is produced through agroecology. We need to make sure that we are paying that value to the farmer, and it will be a motivation for increased production. Then, of course, the other opportunity that I see is the existence of strong farmers' organizations and cooperatives. We are very strong. We exist from the grassroots to the national level, regional and continental level. I think we are the most organized constituency up to that level. So why don't we strengthen and support some of these practices through the structured farmers' organizations? We have so many partners and our governments who would want to come in and create briefcase organizations. I think our call to action is that we need to work through the existing farmers' organizations and cooperatives and make sure we strengthen them. Finally, the opportunity that exists, especially coming from Africa, on youth. We have our more than 60% of the population are youth, but we tend to treat agroecology as indigenous knowledge, and yet the youth are more interested in innovations, in technologies. So how do we strike the balance to make sure that we pair innovation knowledge with the indigenous knowledge and we bring youth on board so that we can sustain all these programs? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for reminding us that the farmers are really at the center, both of you. I mean, if we're not doing it for farmers and well-being and better livelihoods, why are we doing it? I mean, it absolutely has to be at the center of everything we do. And you also perfectly transitioned to our next speaker with the innovation angle. And I'm pleased to hand over to Ms. Maya Rajasekaran, who's the Managing Director for the Americas Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, and Director General of CIAT, also one of the co-founding partners of the PAS TEHA. And if you, Maya, could give us a sense of what role science-based innovations will play in TEHA.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the leadership from Brazil, and greetings to the Minister and other colleagues sitting here. You know, you set the stage super well. There is evidence, and we come to this platform as a science provider. So we are actually very delighted to collaborate with many other partners sitting here to take this forward. So whereas, I mean, the previous speaker precisely mentioned about the role of knowledge gap. So one thing is actually, we know that agroecology and agroforestry systems increase farmer income, increase resilience of the system. But one thing is knowing taking to scale is a completely different ballgame. It needs many other components that need to come together, mainly finance, different types of partnership, and also a key role for science to come in. So our job in that perspective is to provide tools and innovations that are accessible, actionable, and accountable. So we're just going to, finance is an aspect that we are all keenly looking into, see like how do we mobilize more resources. To mobilize resources, we need credible data that investors can see that what's the risk of investment and what's, de-risking is a key component of financing. So this is where science come in and provide credible data and just to indicate like where the investment is going to lead to a credible return of investment and where, what might potentially doesn't work. And I wanted to really speak through two very specific examples about the role of tools that we have developed across, which is applicable across the three regions, Africa, Asia, and Latin America. One of them is diversity for restoration. For restoration agroecology, farmers need to plant the right trees in their farms. But taking the right choices, there is science involved in it. Not all trees are the same because what type of landscape you want to have in the future. Is it you are planting coffee? Then you should look at the shade trees and the right trees to plant. If you're looking at livestock systems and agro-silvopastoral system, the type of trees that would require in that system is very, very different. So choice of trees are very, very important. So we have a tool called Diversity for Restoration, which brings in more than decades of research and ecological and genetic data really built into a tool, which helps the farmers to choose the right trees to plant. Because the right trees capture the right amount of carbon, and not all trees capture the similar amount of carbon into it. So really making the right choices for scaling is going to be critical, because when you plant trees or other crops, or it could be fruit trees, if you're planting fruit trees, you get the benefit of that in few years to come. So depending upon the system that we want to scale, making the right choice is going to be one of the most critical things, and tools like diversity for restoration really come into place. We have evidence to show that when you actually plant the right trees, the survival rate and the success rate can even increase up to 50%. One of the second tool that I want to mention is My Farm Trees. My Farm Trees is a digitally enabled platform. My Farm Trees has 4 different components. One is allowing farmers to capture farm level data, the type of trees they have planted, the type of soil, the type of climate in the particular farm they are in. The second component is really all the science built in to really modeling component built into My Farm Trees really to tell us a little bit more what sort of benefits, environmental, ecological, and economic benefits that this different system might lead to it. And this modeling is built on several years of data from the scientific data that we have built in. The third component is really coming, how do we connect that with market? With the EUDR regulations, farmers need to know, they need to have a digital ID to say that my coffee or my crop is coming from cacao, is coming from non-deforested areas. So really providing unique IDs for farmers is an important component of bringing them and connecting them to the market. The fourth component is the financial component. We all respond to incentives. When there is right incentives, we will do the right things. So connecting farmers to financial mechanism, digitally enabled tools really allow us to do that. And we are testing some models where, like in Kenya, for example, M-Pesas, huge amount of transactions are happening in M-Pesa from a very small amount to bigger amounts. So if we can make sure that the farmers can be connected to these kind of financial mechanism, and we can provide incentives back to them through the carbon market, the small amount of finance which goes back to the farmers. So in that way, we can actually make sure that they will do the right thing. So taking pilots to a scale require different types of partnerships. We also need to show that we are credible, measurable. It's not greenwashing. It's really to say that, so there need to be an MRV system, which is monitoring verification systems in place, which need to be low cost moving forward. So the science also come into that real place, making sure that tools are accessible, actionable, and also accountable for a long-term success of scalable projects when you want to take from one farm to thousands of farms and millions of hectares.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We might have time for one. The room is full, so I don't like to, we want to open it up a little bit. Maybe one question, comment from the audience, if there's any, for this great group of panelists. I mean, yes.
Thanks. It's directed to my sister from Uganda. You highlighted quite a number of challenges, obstacles. I will cite only two, just to maybe to highlight what will be the processes to overcome those challenges, like the issue of marketing. The marketing and the issue, okay, I'll leave the issue of skills, but finance. How can we distribute finance? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll start with the issue of markets. One of the things is to promote local, regional, and continental markets and to fast track some of these processes. I mean, you come from Uganda, and there's initiatives like Bubu, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. Some of these initiatives need to be practical, that they are supporting the growth of local organizations, SMEs, cooperatives, and farmers association products, but also agroecologically produced products. It's important. Then we need to make sure that the non-tariff barriers are eliminated, especially for the regional markets. We need to fast track some of the policies like around the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The last time I was in Cameroon 2 months ago, but to go to Cameroon, I need a visa of $200. So you can imagine if I'm from Uganda and just to enter Cameroon, I have to first put aside $200, and then I have to spend 2 days in transit. Then how am I going to do business? So I think there's some political decisions and directions that need to be done at the continent if we are to promote those agroecological products. And then on the issue of financing, for me the challenge is that finance never gets to where it matters most, and that is on the ground. So the most important thing is to see how do we get financing to the farmers. Currently, farmers are receiving 0.36% of climate financing. So how do we make sure that we increase this financing? We remove all the barriers. We remove the intermediaries. There's so many phantom organizations that are receiving funds on behalf of the farmers. And yet, we've invested a lot in our farmers' organizations, in the secretariats, in governance structures. Like I mentioned, we are structured from the grassroots until the regional and continental level. We have strong organizations like the Uganda National Farmers Federation, New Cafe for Coffee. We have the National Alliance of Agricultural Cooperatives in Uganda. These are institutions that exist at national level. But some of the partners, development partners and governments prefer to create their own organizations. And the reason they give is, oh, these organizations have issues with governance. And yet even our own governments have issues with governance. So I think the most important thing is how do you come in to bridge those gaps, to strengthen those gaps that exist in the farmers' organization so that you build their capacity to be at a level where they can be able to, receive funds. But also supporting pro-farmer organizations as accredited entities. We need to have ministries of agriculture as focal points. We are here at COP discussing agriculture, but it's the ministries of water, of environment that are focal points. So can we have ministries of agriculture as part of the focal points? We are right now reviewing our NDCs, but how many of our national farm organizations sit on those national NDCs committees? I think there's a lot that needs to change, and it has to start with us. Thank you.
Thank you, amazing. Yeah, so I want one more intervention from Esther and Maya. Just, what do you want to see from TEHA from your perspectives in 1 minute or less? These amazing ladies, I can't get them off the stage yet, please.
Yes. What we want to see from TERA is that we have a seat in the decision making of TERA. We are equal partners there in the TERA, and we are also we are receiving some funding which is adequate so that we could scale up the work that we do on agroforestry and agroecology. Invest also in us, make us equal partners in everything that TERA will do. Thank you.
We are together with all the partners ready to mobilize additional resources, because that's going to be absolutely key. So really looking forward for the political support from the government, and as a science organization, Science for Impact organization, we are ready to put all the tools and the data together to make the case for it. So, but we are, and also science also need to evolve. So where additional data is needed, we can bring those things with you, all of you, but ready to mobilize additional resource and finance with the support from all the partners.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for these incredible panelists, making it real. This is fantastic. Thank you so much. We're getting to the end of our event. Thank you for sticking with us a few minutes longer. We will have a video intervention from the Director of Forestry, Mr. Shimin Wu at FAO, who is expressing his support for PAS TEHA from FAO's side. And then we close with you. 5 minutes, yeah. We got them.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, dear colleagues, I'm honored to address you today as Director of Forestry at FAO and Chair of the Collaborative Partnership on Forests. Although I can't be with you in person, I'm following development in Belém with great interest. Today's launch of TERA, which stands for Together for Expansion of Resilient and Restorative Agroecology and Agroforestry, is an important step towards scaling up restorative practices. An initiative led by the Brazilian Ministry of Agrarian Development and Family Farming, TERA was developed as a plan to accelerate solutions under key objective 9x3 of the COP30 action agenda on more resilient, adaptive, and sustainable food systems. TERA will help boost forest restoration, family farming, and sustainable value chains. It will support farmers in generating income, improving food security, and strengthening climate resilience through their agroforestry systems. Earlier this year, during a visit to a settlement project in Pará, I spoke with local leaders about the transformative potential of productive restoration and how it can rebuild ecosystems while renewing livelihoods. Family farmers there are cultivating fast-growing crops such as maize, beans, and cassava for short-term returns, and tropical fruit and nut trees such as acai, cacao, and Brazil nuts for lasting income streams and long-term environmental benefits. This is an excellent example of how development and environmental sustainability can go hand in hand. The government of Brazil is a global leader in promoting productive restoration and inclusive climate-resilient rural development. Brazil's achievements offer valuable experiences and inspiration for other countries facing similar challenges. FAO is a proud partner in the Forest and Farm Facility, which will provide technical assistance to support implementation of Brazil's National Productive Forest Program and similar programs in other countries, and to facilitate knowledge sharing among countries through the TERA platform. Through Terra, FAO and its partners will continue to strengthen financing mechanisms, capacity development, and farmer-to-farmer collaboration for smallholders and family farmers. The Forest and Farm Facility will contribute technical support and help facilitate multi-stakeholder coordination as part of the collaborative support structure under Terra. The complementary expertise of partners such as Now Partners Foundation, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, the Agroecology Coalition, and the Alliance of Biodiversity International and SEAT make Terra an impactful partnership for accelerated solutions. FAO looks forward to collaborating with all partners within the Terra framework to share knowledge, build capacity, and mobilize technical support. I congratulate and thank the government of Brazil, our partners, and all those working tirelessly to achieve this transformation we need towards truly sustainable food and land use systems. Thank you very much.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much, Director Wu. And I see Ewald Ramit-Steiner is also here. He's the Deputy Director of FAO's Forestry Division. He oversees the Forest and Farm Facility, which is a partnership between FAO, IIED, IUCN, and Agrocord. Ewald, maybe just a few remarks from your side. We started late, but we do want to hear from you before we turn it over back to MDA to close.
Thank you very much, Amy. I hope you can hear me. Do you?
We hear you perfectly.
Oh, fantastic. Because I don't see any of you. It would be great to be with you in Belém. For us, we all see that COP30 is really all about moving from commitment to implementation. And we see that we have global ambitions that are high and urgent and necessary, but often they do not reach the local levels where change actually happens and needs to happen. And one more thing for effective implementation that we see is often not really there is treating the people working on the ground, this 1.5 billion number of farmers, forest and fish producers, indigenous peoples and local communities as in a way passive recipients. They're the last in line that you think about if it comes to implementing commitments. Yet these people collectively manage more than 4 billion hectares of land, 1/3 of the world's agriculture and forest landscapes. I'm sure everybody in that room knows that, but then more people need to know that. And every year they invest over $360 billion of their own resources into climate adaptation every year. They are not waiting, they are already acting because they have to also in many ways. And so they are in fact the frontline managers of the planet's future. And yet, how do we work? How do we bring this up? And in a way, the good news is that we have proven models that reach the ground and local communities effectively. Since 2012, the Forest and Farm Facility, which is a partnership between FAO, IIED, IUCN, and Agrocord, has worked with local producer organizations, providing direct access funding and technical support to develop the skills and the voice needed for them to lead the change. This is a tested model that we have refined over 15 years, and it's active now in more than 15 countries. And in the last 5 years alone, FFF support to these organizations has delivered hundreds of policy changes at the national levels or at local levels, 1,000 enterprises that benefited from support, hundreds of thousands of hectares regenerated or better managed, agroecologically, agroforestry. And 1 million people were reached, improving their livelihoods and lives. And this in a way connects all the things that have been mentioned earlier in this launch. And the results that we see in the FFF is that with local producer organizations empowered, these global goals and these global commitments and ambitions that we have, they get within reach. And from an FFF point of view, we are really proud of the progress that we see. But the scale and the nature of the crisis that we have in front of us demands more. What we have is working, but we also see that at global scale, this global needle is not yet moving fast enough, and hence we need to accelerate. That's why we come in with a plan for accelerated solutions, and this is why we are so happy to engage in Terra together for the expansion of resilient and restorative agroecology and agroforestry. Terra connects well with the experience that we have and the ambitions of the FFF, linking forest restoration, family farming, and sustainable value chains, generating income, food security, and climate, and in many ways also biodiversity resilience. So it is a shared platform that we also want to use for the next phase of the FFF. So in a way, my call today at this launch of Terra is simple: let us invest together in the people who are already implementing the solutions our planet needs. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Back to you, Amy.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ewald, and thank you for showing the support and the achievements of the FFF to date. With that, let's close our event. We're a bit over time, but we're still okay. The next event starts at 12:30. I hand over to Thomas Patriota from the Ministry of Agrarian Development and Family Agriculture, the leaders of Terra and our great partners in this plan to accelerate solutions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the Forest and Farm Facility for hosting this launch of Terra, and to all of our partners, for Now Partners Foundation, who is also here with us, for IFAD, to Alliance Biodiversity CIAT, in the name of Maya with her intervention as well, and the Agroecology Coalition. I'd like to summarize what has been said and see how we can move this forward as quickly as possible. Food systems agenda was always peripheral in the UNFCCC, in all the climate discussions. It is moving, it is gaining ground, but we need to make it gain ground much more quickly. And this is why the action agenda is aiming to accelerate agroecological and agroforestry transitions. Working with farmers' organizations, and it was really great to have the Asian Farmers Association and the Eastern Africa Farmers Federation, because we need to work with the federations of farmers associations, cooperatives, economic organizations that can help us spread and create the scale that we need for this acceleration of the transitions. We need to work with all of the experience that we have in terms of training and capacity building in agroecological practices. Now partners, for example, have helped bring the experience of the Andhra Pradesh community natural farming experience of India, which scaled from 40,000 to more than 1 million farmers in agroecological practices. They brought farmers to Zambia for 10 months, and they're already beginning to scale agroecological practices there. This is the type of capacity building and co-innovation that we need. We need access to blended finance, and we're very happy that the Forest and Farm Facility is proposed to have a multi-donor trust funds hosted there. We have here Matheus Zanella from Global Alliance for the Future of Food. We have Instituto Ibirapitanga also, one of their members. And we were in a panel yesterday with them, several key funders combining the catalytic role of philanthropies. We can also bring in bilateral donors who are with us. Instituto Regenera is also with us here. We have also development banks. This morning we spoke at a panel with CAF, the Regional Development Bank for Latin America. The World Rural Forum is with us here as well, with all the farmers' organizations from all over the world. So we need to bring this different types of financing, transition capital, which development banks can help us, because, as has been said, the agroecological transition does take time, trial and error, for us to be able to really make agroecology economically more interesting than chemical farming. And it will be, and it has become that. We have evidence that it is possible. We are undergoing this transition, our minister always mentions, from agriculture that is predominantly chemically based to one that is predominantly biologically based, but we need to accelerate it. And therefore we are combining these different levers of acceleration, working with producer organizations, with capacity building co-innovation, with different blended finance mechanisms, also with different inputs, bio-inputs, seeds, native seeds, biofertilizers, biopesticides, small-scale machinery that can also accelerate productivity gains as well as the agroecological transition. And finally, access to markets, the kind of guaranteed, predictable access to markets that we can have through, for example, national school feeding programs. The PENAI program that we have, our school feeding program, is now expanding its agroecological purchase capacity, but also with different types of offtake agreements with sustainable enterprises. The CAMPA cooperative of agroforestry that was mentioned by the minister has worked with Natura, the largest cosmetics enterprise in Latin America, who purchases palm oil in an agroforestry system that is 40% times more productive than the monocropping chemically based system. So if we have guaranteed access to markets, combined with these other dimensions of funding, of technical assistance rule extension, of working with the farmers' organizations, with these different technologies, we highly increase our chances of making this agroecological transition not only possible, but economically more viable than the predominant chemically based model. So we really look forward to working with all of you in the coming next weeks and months, so that we keep that momentum alive with our partners, the members organizations of Terra. Besides MDA, we have FFF, IFAD, Agroecology Coalition, CGIAR, and now partners, but also the many others who are here and others with whom we will be working. So thank you all very much for being here with us, and we look forward to working together. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Thomas. And I'd like to quickly invite all of our speakers to the stage for a photo. And then we do have to get out of here because the next event is moving in at 12:30 in 2 minutes. But a quick photo, I think we can do it. Thanks.
Speaker. I know, it's been, it's a little, there he is. Mucho gusto.
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo está?
Claudia del Perú.
¿Cómo se llama?
Claudia.
Claudia, qué gusto. Edwin Castellanos.
Sí, mucho gusto. Es un honor. Usted va también a acompañarnos con palabras en inglés, ¿verdad?
Como quiera, inglés o español, lo que prefiera. Inglés, ¿ok?
Bueno, por favor.
We are speaking every day here. Very happy to see you again. ¿Y me quedo?
Sí, y aquí tengo un agua para usted.
Excelente.
Para que se refresque. All right. I think we're going to go ahead and get started because we have a full schedule of events in the Forest Pavilion. This is the high-level launch of the Forest Flow. So if you're not in the right place, you're still welcome to stay. My name is Claudia Ortiz. I work in the United Nations Development Program. I am a climate change strategy specialist coming from HQ in New York, and I will be the opening and moderator of today's event. So first of all, good afternoon, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and partners. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to the high-level launch of Forest Flow. It is a regional partnership that is led by the government of Germany through ICI, the UNDP, and above all, the governments of Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Honduras. Today we're here for one purpose,
to come together as a region to launch this initiative and align on a joint process guided by countries, strengthened by South-South cooperation and the leadership of the Global South at this COP. So why forests? First of all, we are at the Forest COP. The Mesoamerica has been a global leader, pioneering payment for environmental services, advancing REDD+, and scaling community forestry and expanding agroforestry landscapes. But today, countries are facing new and complex challenges. First, integrated climate and nature finance at scale, meeting requirements for deforestation-free and traceable production, and deploying modern digital systems that connect governments, producers, markets, and finance. So Forest Flow responds to these demands through a coordinated regional, country-led effort and through the strong voice of the Global South. Forest Flow is not a traditional standalone project. It is a joint programmatic effort. It is co-designed with countries and led by countries. Each country will define priorities, its pace, and in institutional arrangements. The United Nations Development Program and ICI are here to support and accompany, but not to impose. This is countries-led and partners-aligned. We bring together 4 integrated pillars under this initiative. First, financing tools, as I said, payment for ecosystem services, REDD+, green credits and bonds, and insurance. Markets like deforestation-free cocoa and traceable coffee and cocoa. And digital innovation, particularly interoperable traceability and monitoring systems. We want to also make sure that we put people at the center, especially indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and producers, because together these pillars help turn forests into engines of prosperity, inclusion, and climate resilience. Forest Flow is built on country leadership. Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Honduras are guiding this vision, guiding this process, and shaping the initiative. And it will also strengthen South-South collaboration by sharing lessons, aligning on REDD+ implementation, co-developing the systems, and building a regional learning community. Forest Flow is about synergies, collective action, and trust. The success depends on how countries articulate their leadership, partnerships, and capacities. And this process is grounded in regional cooperation. We deeply appreciate Germany and the International Climate Initiative, or ICI, for supporting country-led ambition and regional collaboration, and we also recognize Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Honduras for their leadership in innovation. With that, I thank you, and it is now my pleasure to introduce from the government of Germany through the International Climate Initiative, Mrs. Eva Kratsch, who is Director General for International and European Policy at the Federal Ministry for the Environment, Nature Conservation, Nuclear Safety, and Consumer Protection of Germany. Let's remember ICI has been catalytic in supporting country-led climate action, biodiversity protection, and regional cooperation, and their support enables Forest Flow to be built with the ambition that countries have expressed. Ms. Kratsch, if you don't mind coming over to the podium.
Thank you so much. Vice Minister, partners, friends, ladies and gentlemen, it's great to be here today to launch this project, to announce this project. Public funding will never be enough to solve all the environmental problems, to meet the global biodiversity and climate finance needs. Sometimes we're criticized for saying that public finance will certainly play a major role. We will need it, and we need to scale up, there's no doubt about that, but there's so much private money in the world, we really need to channel that in the right direction, otherwise we will never reach our goals. So this is why we were looking for innovative approaches to scalable and replicable financing instruments for the conservation and restoration of forests within the thematic call of our International Climate Initiative, ICI, last year. And what we wanted to achieve is that economic actors, indigenous peoples and local communities, women and youth have improved access to a pool of sustainable financing instruments, models and programs to support deforestation-free livelihoods with a focus on high environmental integrity. Therefore, congratulations to UNDP and its strong implementation consortium for their promising project idea, Forest Flow, that successfully passed the pre-selection process. Building on instruments and learnings, Forest Flow combines innovative private finance tools with public support and cutting-edge digital technologies to make a considerable contribution to forest finance in Central America. What we specifically liked about that approach, it combines existing and successful large-scale instruments, such as the Payment for Ecosystem Services program in Costa Rica, and pilots of supplementary financial tools, such as microinsurance on a local level. Forest Flow puts IPLCs, local farmers and cooperatives and their value chains at the center of the concept by promoting deforestation-free agriculture of key commodities in Mesoamerica through the involvement of key industry and private sector actors. The International Climate Initiative intends to support the project with an entire funding volume of up to 16.3 million euros, to be precise, once the preparation phase, which will also include country missions, has been successfully completed. I wish you every success in the further development of the project, which really is an exciting approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cracked. What I'm going to do now, because I'm going to introduce the panelists, I think it's going to be better if when I call your name, you stand on the podium, because it's a lot more comfortable, actually. You're able to see everybody else. So as I mentioned in the beginning, the strength of forest flows really comes from the countries themselves. So today we invite each delegation to share brief reflections on their priorities, on their vision, and how they see this programmatic approach, Forest Flow, contributing to their national agendas. So let me first invite Mr. Ronnie Rodriguez, the Vice Minister of Energy of the MINAE of Costa Rica. Mr. Rodriguez leads Costa Rica's efforts to integrate climate and nature finance, advance the PES system, and guide the country's transition toward decarbonization and sustainable production. Vice Minister Perez, please.
Thank you so much, Claudia. I will try to speak close to the microphone. It's better in order to, okay. Hello, Eva Kraft, Edwin Castellanos, Rafael Avila, and Daryl Medina. Okay. In a short intervention, I would like to share maybe 3 or 4 topics. First, we need regional vision in order to develop the investment in forests, because we have the same problem in the region. So it's a pleasure for Costa Rica to be a part in an integrated system, because we have the same trouble, we have the same situation in order to give the real value to the forest. Second, it's important to have public policies focus on conservation, because it's not possible for the government pay for the national park. We need to involve the community in order to have to be part of the solution. Right now in Costa Rica, we have only 55% of the territory regarding to national park, but we have 60% of the territory with some kinds of protection, because farmer, the community, and all of the citizens they are part of the solution. Then I need to share a special situation with indigenous people. It's important in order to have a better negotiation with them. Right now in Costa Rica, we recognize the value of the natural patrimony, because maybe 40, 50 years ago for the farmer, forest is a problem. But the indigenous, they don't see only trees, they see ecosystem, biodiversity, water, and cultural appropriation. cultural behavior. We need to respect the cultural thinking, the cosmovision around the forest. Maybe 2 weeks ago, we participate in recognize about the communities in Costa Rica. They were very proud because for the first time, we not only pay for conservation, we recognize the national patrimony around the forest. At the end, in order to close my participation, it's important to move in stop deforestation because first is mandatory. Second, it's a big opportunity, it's a great opportunity in order to export products. In Costa Rica, the European Union recognize our product like coffee is free of forest. It's important because it's one way in order to participate in the European market. It's not only for climate, it's not only for better relationship with the indigenous, it's better for commerce. It's a complete situation we need to take advantage in order to improve in a regional vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister Perez. I think the last point that you ended with is particularly important also for this COP. According to Minister Guajajara, this is the COP with the largest number of indigenous people's representatives. I think there's about more than 500 registered to the Blue Zone. And so we're in a particularly important place to discuss that agenda. So thank you for that. I will now turn over to Dr. Edwin Castellanos, Vice Minister of Natural Resources and Climate Change, Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, the MARN of Guatemala. Dr. Castellanos is a recognized scientist and policymaker. He's leading Guatemala's climate and forest policy with strong emphasis on science-based decision-making. Dr. Castellanos, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. A pleasure to be here. I was telling Eva that we are seeing each other every day, and that's great because that shows the level of collaboration we have with our friends from Germany. Also very happy to be here with the Vice Minister of Costa Rica. Very nice meeting you, and our colleagues from Honduras as well. It's an honor for Guatemala to be part of this regional initiative that affirms our collective commitment to forest, climate action, restoration, and sustainable rural development. We arrive at this COP with a renewed national commitment to climate action. We recognize the challenges we face today, climate impacts, market transformation, traceability requirements, and rural vulnerability. And all of this can only be addressed through cooperation, innovation, and shared solutions. Forest Flow arrives at exactly the right moment, helping us strengthen the alignment between our NDC, currently being developed, our forest policy and legislation, and the initiative we have for payments for environmental services. In general, actions that we are developing as part of our national action plan for climate change, both in terms of mitigation and adaptation. And Climate Flows is assuring that the resources will reach the communities, the cooperatives, and the local governments that most need this financing. Guatemala has built a globally recognized model of forest governance, and we have a strong model of incentives for forestry, and my colleague from INAB will likely expand on this, but we have over 3 decades and over $850 million of investment in helping local communities and helping the private sector to protect the forest, to restore forest, and also to increase forest plantations. Together with that, we also have a strong a strong system of protected areas managed by CONAP, and it covers 31.8% of our territory. And that protected area region has protected more than 1.8 million hectares, as well as managed the biodiversity of the country. Now, despite these successful initiatives, the annual rate of deforestation is still significant in Guatemala. We have dropped that rate of deforestation by approximately 75% over the last 30 years, but we still have many challenges remaining, particularly in terms of land use change, illegal activities, forest degradation, due mainly to timber and firewood extraction. Our government has taken on the challenge of halting deforestation and halting forest cover loss in the country. We are launching a national strategy to recover and protect our forests. And this initiative is seeking to achieve a net zero deforestation rate for Guatemala within the next 2 years. By the end of 2027, we hope that our forest cover in the country will remain stable and hopefully eventually recover. With the global market demands, Guatemala needs the systems that integrate forest monitoring, geospatial data, and polygon-level traceability. We believe that Forest Flow can support this by providing an integrated platform that enhances data transparency, monitoring, accuracy, and traceability across the forest sector. It also represents an opportunity to deepen regional collaboration with Costa Rica and Honduras. Guatemala will bring its strengths, science, community forestry, restoration leadership, and strong governance to this collective process. We appreciate Germany and ICI and also UNDP for the commitment to lead our countries and to help us construct this initiative, assuring that we keep our national ownership of the process. We stand committed to working with all partners to ensure that Forest Flow becomes a transformative force for Mesoamerica, one that accelerates restoration, boosts rural prosperity, and elevates the voice of the Global South. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias al Dr. Castellanos. Thank you very much. Really impressive to see the ambitious goal of zero deforestation in 2 years, and an example definitely for the rest of the region. So thank you for those reflections. It is now my pleasure to introduce Mr. Rafael Avila, the Coordinator of External Cooperation and Forestry Investment, National Institute of Forests, the INAP of Guatemala. Mr. Avila leads a partnerships and investment program supporting forest incentives, restoration, and sustainable forest management. Señor Avila, el señor Avila va a hablar en español. He's going to speak in Spanish. I am going to do the translation. And so bear with us because we're going to have both languages. Adelante. Sí, le pido que después de cada párrafo haga una pausa. Y aquí la tengo ya. Nada más hace una pausa para poder.
Buenas tardes a todos. Un gusto poder saludarlos. Inicio enviándoles un cordial saludo del gerente del Instituto Nacional de Bosques, el ingeniero Bruno Arias, que está atendiendo otras actividades, no pudo participar. Sin embargo, para el Instituto Nacional de Bosques es un espacio muy importante el poder compartir con ustedes en esta iniciativa, sobre todo para poner en contexto la importancia de uno de los principales elementos para el manejo forestal sostenible que tiene Guatemala, que lo constituye el programa de incentivos forestales y como un articulador de los bosques, el manejo local sostenible y mecanismos financieros. Y sobre todo porque contribuyen a la reportería de país, a las metas globales ambientales que se han suscrito.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here. It is my pleasure to provide the priorities of the National Institute of Forests of Guatemala. For us, it is very important to participate in this space to highlight the role of one of the main elements of sustainable forest development in our country, forestry incentives. In doing so, we emphasize their strategic role as a link between forest, agriculture, and finance, and their contribution to fulfilling global environmental commitments that the country has undertaken.
Guatemala es considerada como uno de los países pioneros en la implementación de un marco de política pública a través del programa de incentivos forestales, no solo porque contribuye a la recuperación de los bosques, el abordaje de ecosistemas degradados, pero también porque colabora y se constituye como un motor de la economía local, en la generación de empleos y la gobernanza a nivel territorial.
So Guatemala is considered one of the pioneering countries in Latin America in implementing a forestry incentive program as public policy. This program not only contributes to the protection, to the increased productivity and recovery of degraded lands, but also generates employment, strengthens local communities, and promotes governance of natural resources, particularly forestry.
En ese sentido, como lo mencionaba el doctor Castellanos anteriormente, el programa de incentivos forestales es de importancia a nivel nacional, evidenciando una inversión del Estado de más de 560 millones de quetzales, es decir, 73 millones de dólares, pero sobre todo con un alcance de más de 560,000 hectáreas bajo manejo forestal, en diferentes modalidades de protección, restauración y sobre todo incorporando el manejo local sostenible.
In this regard, as Dr. Castellanos referred, it is important to highlight its national significance, evidenced by an average investment over the last 5 years of 560 million quetzales, which is equivalent to more than $73 million, reaching 553,700 hectares under forest management, including the protection, restoration, and production modalities, and considering the 3 forest incentive programs that have been promoted, including a program for small landowners and ProBosque.
Gracias a esta inversión y a un nivel local, más de 97,705 familias en los territorios han sido beneficiados de manera directa e indirecta, constituyéndose el programa de incentivos como una alternativa económica que ha permitido la recuperación de la economía local, la contribución como país a la recuperación de los bosques, la habilitación de mercados comerciales y sobre todo al fortalecimiento de la gobernanza.
So thanks to these forest incentive programs, more than 97,700 families have benefited directly and indirectly, finding in them an economic alternative that is compatible with forest management. These programs also contribute to the country's efforts to restore degraded areas and promote the commercial forestry market, support local use and management systems, and strengthen governance.
Estar participando en estos espacios de coordinación interinstitucional es para el Instituto Nacional de Bosques una oportunidad para poder alcanzar una coordinación efectiva en materia de conservación de los recursos naturales, manejo forestal sostenible, integración de mecanismos financieros, de tal manera que se asegure la sostenibilidad y el desarrollo del país.
In this sense, interinstitutional efforts for collaboration and coordination are important to enable effective links between natural resource conservation, sustainable forest management, local use and production, and integration of financial systems for sustainability and development of our country.
Por último, es importante aprovechar este espacio para ratificar desde el Instituto Nacional de Bosques nuestro compromiso en poder participar en esta construcción conjunta de la iniciativa, en la implementación de la misma a nivel territorial y poner a disposición todo el equipo y personal que permita construir desde las necesidades y prioridades del país en materia forestal. Un gusto estar compartiendo con ustedes. Muchas gracias.
And to close, in this context, we're pleased to reaffirm the INAF's commitment as the leading institution in forestry matters and to put a solid team at the disposal to make it work. We believe this will be key for institutional strengthening, and we consider this a great opportunity to advance modernization, streamlining, traceability, and simplification of processes to effective service of users and beneficiaries nationwide. Gracias. Okay, and last but not least, thank you very much for those remarks. It is now my pleasure to introduce Ingeniero Daryl Medina Reyes of Honduras. He is in the Forest Conservation Institute, which is a national public authority for forest management, conservation, and sustainable use. The Ingeniero Medina plays a key role in advancing integrated landscape approaches in forest-related climate finance. Ingeniero Medina.
Follow sector and or national determined contribution, where land use governance, forest conservation, and sustainable production remain as central pillars for achieving our national climate goals. Forest flows arrives at the crucial moment, offering an integrated framework capable of supporting countries like ours. As we work to strengthen monitoring systems, reduce emissions for deforestation, and enhance the resilience of rural economies that depend of the forest landscape. For Honduras, advancing in follow sector priorities require the connecting national policies, communities with the practical tools to reach producers, cooperatives, and communities on the ground. Forest flow support this connection by the bringing together financial incentives, market access, and digital systems that can help reduce barriers for smallholders, strengthen community forestry, and ensure that climate finance, and especially result-based payment of the REC. The finance directly support those who manage the land and protect the forest. This bragging role is essential because the producer needs not only technical guidance, but also practical access to credit, risk-sharing instruments like insurance, and fair market opportunities that reward sustainable practice. In this context, Honduras welcomed the launch of the Tropical Forest Forever Fund at COP30 as a long-term finance mechanism with the potential to establish investment in a follow mitigation, restoration activity, and sustainable value chains. A fund of this nature can help ensure that our climate commitments are backed by sustainable research, enable public institutions, indigenous territories, and producer organizations to plan beyond short project cycle and build durable climate positive economy in forest region. Honduras also recognized that the bringing producer finance and market is only effective when they accompanied by the strong traceability systems, particularly in a global context where the regulation like the UE Deforestation Regulation, UDR, demand clear, verifiable, and interoperable data. For this reason, we see forest flow as an important platform that can help countries modernize their digital ecosystem linked MRB system, geospatial monitoring, producer level application, and supply chain traceability tools while supporting compliance with emerging global market requirements. and reducing the administrative burden for a small farmer. Strengthening this system is essential not only for the environmental integrity, but also guaranteeing continued access to key export markets for products such as coffee, oil, palm, and cacao sector that sustain thousands of rural families in Honduras. We also welcome Germany's commitment through ICI to develop a regional Mesoamerican pilot with Honduras, Costa Rica, and Guatemala, which will help align a national follow strategy and a regional follow goals, harmonize traceability effort, and design inclusive and financial instruments that truly reflect the relate of the forest and agricultural producer. This cooperation announced here in COP30 strengthens our regional capacity to meet our NDC target and support the integration of finance, governance, and market pathways into a single coherent strategy for sustainable land use. Honduras stands ready to fully participate in the upcoming design phases, ensuring that the forest flow and support our follow priorities. Empower producers and enhance transparency and competitive through a strong traceability system aligned with the global requirements. We believe this approach will strengthen the climate ambition while ensuring that rural families, indigenous people, and forest community benefits directly from the finance and market opportunity of the low emission economy. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, we are running a little bit out of time, so I'm going to do a very brief closure. I just want to highlight one thing that Mr. Darrell mentioned, which is the alignment of forest and climate targets and the relevance of forest and climate. To give you one data point for this COP, out of the 100 plus NDCs that have been submitted, we know that 96% have included nature-based solutions in their targets. So really, this is increasing. In UNDP, we reaffirm our commitment to accompany countries, strengthen tools and alliances, and ensure coherence between national needs and global ambition. And I would like to close by underscoring just 5 key messages. Number 1, forest flow is co-built with countries. Number 2, its success will depend entirely on national leadership and ownership. It links finance, production, and digital innovation. It supports national agendas while fostering regional collaboration, and it represents a shared vision where countries, partners, and communities are co-architects of this transformation. I thank you all for being here today, and we look forward to building forest flow together. And before you leave, I would like to take a family photo.
For Sustainable Development as part of the Forest Solutions Group, which is a global platform of leading forest companies working together on solutions for sustainable development. She has most recently been leading the group's social equity work, working with companies to develop best practice guidance for the forest sector to build long-term and inclusive shared value with local communities. I want to introduce you to Rose Masso, please. Rose is from Cameroon. She's a Cameroonian activist committed to gender equality and sustainable forest management in Africa. Is the Planning and Cooperation Regional Coordinator of the African Women's Network for Community Forest Management, REFACOF, this is how I would say it, and also Deputy National Coordinator of Cameroon Ecology. That's great. She's committed to the sustainable development and management of natural resources, biodiversity conservation, supporting communities, and building resilience in the face of climate change. So welcome. The way we're going to do this, we have slides. So we're going to have 10 minutes to cover our slides, and then we can have some questions and some dialogue and discussion, okay? We're going to have the support here to pass the slides. Thank you so much. I guess it's rain, and I hope it doesn't rain on us. Awesome. So you can pass on to the next slide. Can you hear me? Yes, still. Yeah, the slide is good. Yeah. So again, I'm Barbara. I'm the president of Rede Mulher Florestal. And today we're going to focus on what we have been doing on gender equity and inclusion in land use, showing our experience on monitoring gender data and how that has been supporting best practices in the forest sector. The first question, every time we talk about Rede Mulher Florestal or Forest Women's Network, is, do we need a Forest Women's Network, right? Why don't we have a Forest Men's Network, right? So it's a question that could be silly to some, but for others it makes sense to explain why do we need to get together to tackle gender. Next one, please. So just show you some data. The gaps still exist, right? If we look at different sources from Brazil, the IBGE is an official source here for all kinds of data. There is an overall still wage gap between men and women of about 22%. When it comes to the conditions of women in the workforce, the numbers are even worse, right? About 30% of women have been out of the job market for the past year, and this is data from last year. There is also high numbers when it comes to harassment, and then the promotion and inclusion and the sense of belonging to companies, right? So women still struggle to have the same conditions as men when it comes to workforce. And then what about the forest sector? Next, please. So Rede Mulher Florestal started because in the past we did not know what the condition was of women in the forest sector in Brazil. We didn't know how many women were working in the sector, what was their condition, what were they doing, right? So it was created at the need for us to better understand what's happening and then try to drive change, right, through strategic solutions. So it is a women-led civil society organization in which individuals and legal entities from Brazil are engaged in promoting gender equity in the forestry sector. And also, and more importantly, and that's why we are here at COP, looking at the intersection between forest, climate, and sustainability, right? Women have a role to play, and a leading role to play. This is just like some logos of companies who are part of the Rede Mulher Florestal. So we work as a membership, right? So different people, that's what we call individuals, and companies can join. Not only companies, but the NGOs and other kinds of organizations. So together, we all contribute to this mission. And then as of today, we are 33 legal entities, right, between NGOs and companies, and 216 individuals from all over Brazil. Men and women are welcome, right? So anyone is welcome. Explain a little bit about the governance, right? We think it's very important for us to have an organization that actually drives change. Not to go through everything, but we have a structured governance to ensure that the decisions are made by the groups that need to make such decisions. And then as the organization is evolving, so is the complexity in its governance. So there at the center is the board of directors, in which I'm the president. But I'm only the president because I was voted for, right? So we have the General Assembly where all these votes happen, and then we all agree, you know, if some certain person is good or not, right, for the position. So that is something interesting. So we invite everyone to be part of this movement, and if you are at home and you can see the QR code, it leads you to the place where you can be a member of Rede Mulher Florestal. And once you remember, you can be part of any governance instance as long as you're elected in the General Assembly. So what do we do? Okay, I explained that we are an association, we are women-led civil organization. What is it that we are doing, right, to promote gender equity? So we have been raising awareness and strengthening the presence of women in the forestry sector, recognizing them as essential agents of a just, sustainable, and regenerative transition. Next. So our mission is to discuss gender, right? We live in a country in which there is a lot of sexism embedded, right, historically. So we understand that we need to have empathy and then promote the discussion in the best possible way, right? So we promote respect for diversity in all forms and equal opportunity for women in the forestry sector. And why do we do that? We think that the forestry sector that is more inclusive and more diverse is also stronger and more able to tackle the challenges and opportunities we have in the face of climate change. Our values are respect for diversity, empathy, collaboration, ethics, transparency, and leadership. Leadership, I think, is an important one to note because these are not open trails. We have been opening trails for us to pass by, and hopefully the others that come behind us have an easier path. And enthusiasm and joy, we are all volunteers, right? We have some people hired, like the executive secretariat, the communication, but largely we rely on volunteers, right? So we do what we do because we like, because we love, and because we believe in it. So joy and enthusiasm is an important value for us. And then so we have a strategy, and then we put these strategic actions connected with the thematic working groups. So we have 4 working groups. So for example, if you are new to Rede Mulher Florestal and you just join, you can choose in which working group you want to engage. You can engage in all of them, or one of them, or 2 of them. But the 4 working groups, they tackle women in decision-making. And later I'm going to show you data showing that we have barely any CEO in the forestry sector in Brazil that is a woman. So there is a long path to go before women are in decision-making positions. We have one working group looking at equity and empowerment. We do a lot of mentorship programs, for example. Education, we understand that we still need to talk about these issues in an education and literacy point of view. And then maternity and women in the workforce. I think this is something that we see more and more. Many women don't understand many times the challenge that the mothers face, right? So sometimes even for us women, it's challenging to understand the specific details or challenges or barriers that specific groups face. And that's why we have a group dedicated to women in the workforce and maternity. So let's go into some numbers here. Many times we hear, okay, we don't have many women in the forestry sector in Brazil because many women are not present as professionals and available. And we're like, okay, is that the case? So we go back and look into Brazil data. 52% of the population are women in Brazil. And then when it comes to forestry graduates, about 45% are women, right? So about half of the workforce is composed of women. The available workforce. But then later I'm going to show you how that reflects actually in the workforce in the sector. So this slide shows you the panorama de gênero, which is the gender panorama of the forest sector, which is one of the main products of Rede Mulher Florestal. So when the NGO was founded in 2018, in 2019 we launched the first gender panorama, a report showing data, right, about women in the sector. And then we have been repeating this effort every 2 years in a way to monitor the gender disaggregated data in Brazil. So we have one report from 2019, another one 2021, 2023, and 2025 is now in the oven, right? It's being produced and we're going to launch next year. The news is that based on our monitoring, we see that women are still less than 20% of the forest sector in Brazil. So remember that I showed you that we are about half of the Brazilian population, about half of the forestry graduates. But when it comes to the workforce, it's 20%. So what is it happening what is this gap, still persistent? So this monitoring is so important because then it reveals, with data, and then drives actions to try to tackle this challenge. And so, not to go into too much detail, but I just translated a few things here so you can see. When it comes to this 20%, it's like, where is this 20%? When it comes to administrative area in a company, about half are women, right? But when you go up and see on the top of this graph, when it comes to harvesting and transportation, women are absent. So there is still this view that for some areas or some segments, women are welcome, but depending on the segment, they are not, right? So for driving, it looks like we're not as good enough, right? But for typing and to put in numbers in a spreadsheet, maybe we're good. Next. So when it comes to the job position, right? HR, if you are into HR, again, women are very prevalent. When we looked into HR directors, most were actually women. When it comes to forest director, right, the sort of like more technical kind of director, then we are only 7%. And when it comes to CEO, we just found one female CEO in Brazil in the forest sector. So it's very hard to drive change when it's not happening at the top. And then we wanted to know about pay gaps, right? And then out of the 40-something companies that answered our questionnaire for the Gender Panorama, about half of them reported data on salaries. The other half did not want to report. And out of this half of the companies that reported, we still see that in the high executives, women make 25% less. When it comes to medium average leadership, it's about 18% less. So the pay gap is still there. We are not as present, and when we are, we make less money compared to men. So some final considerations. We saw some increase in female participation over the years in some areas, except for nursery supply and then commercial area. When it comes to executive positions, female participation in board and CEO positions have decreased over time, but we saw a strengthening of diversity, equity, and inclusion policies and practices in companies. So we hope that this will reflect change in the near future. Next. But yeah, policies are great. Implementing policies is important, but it's necessary to check, verify whether these policies are leading to positive outcomes, right? If they're actually driving change. So they need to be monitored and evolve over time. And so just finally, I want to highlight that we had a panel here in COP30 in the Agrizona Embrapa area on the 14th. And then we put together a manifesto with a few things that we want to see different for women in land use especially. We see a lot of conversation on finance, but women are not getting money to put the projects together, right? So this is something that we think it's very important, right, for women to be in the ownership, in the leadership of projects. So become a member of Rede Mulher Florestal and you can help us drive change. So another invitation for anyone and everyone. And yeah, that's it. Very quick run through what Rede Mulher Florestal is up to with a few data to show that we still have a long way to go. But at least we're gathering data and talking about it, right? And promoting change, driving change in the sector. So yeah, so I want to invite now Rose to talk about what's up in Africa, what's happening there. So later we can see what are the similarities and differences, right, between our context challenges. Thank you, Rose, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Barbara, for giving me the floor. I'm very happy to be here. I would like to point out that I'm not native English speaker, so be clement with the mistake I could do. Yeah. It's very small. Okay. I will start by presenting our network. Our network is African Women Network for Community Management of Forests, REFACOF. We have been created in May 2009 in Yaoundé in Cameroon, composed of 20 countries in Central, East, and West Africa. We are an advocacy platform for African women tenure right in land and forest reform. Our motto is to securing African women tenure right, and our vision is rural women land and forest rights are customarily recognized and legally secure in sustainable manner, contribute to greater involvement in climate and improving their social, economic, social position by 2055. So, the mission of REFACOF is to promote rural women's rights in Africa and advocate to shape policy, law, decision, and practice for gender equity in land and forest tenure. We have 4 pillars: promoting and supporting equity, land and forest tenure reform, supporting the improvement of socio-economic position and status of rural women, institutional and organizational strengthening of REFACOF at local, national, and regional level, and supporting the restoration of natural landscape, biodiversity conservation, and climate action. So our work is focused on restoration. Next. Yeah. Women's rural land and forest tenure in Africa. I will give a short background information. Rural women primarily depend on land and forests, which are the main source of income, food, medicine, and agricultural production. They use the land and forest to provide basic sustainable for their family in particular, but also for the world at large. In Africa, more than 56% of smallholder farmers are women, yet most of them are excluded from land ownership, but customer law than only recognize the right in usufruct. Let me change the position. Maybe, yeah. So, yeah. Yes. The work we are doing on ground. So, I will share with you some women-led forest restoration initiative in Africa. In Cameroon, women landscape restoration, mangrove restoration in the coastal area of Cameroon. At the day, we have already restored 225 hectares with women. Seeding produce are 6,092,000 and 179 women and 94 young people. You can see the picture. There we have mangroves, women involved in mangrove restoration. Next. We are also in Côte d'Ivoire and DRC, as I stated in the title of my presentation. And there we have already restored 1,643 hectares. 1,73,938 seedings produced at this day. People involved are 1,631 women and 785 young people. So, yeah, go. We are also in Ghana. In Ghana, our activity is mainly involved with students at school So a restoration initiative in school garden in Ghana. We have area, a school garden. Seedings produced are 1,200, and people involved is students in Accra, in many school, primary, secondary school. Yeah, that we can see in the picture. Next. But how to improve this effort of women? How to improve and scale up women's successful initiatives? So we need to support the systemic change and invest in nature and people. Need to understand the role of indigenous and local women. Women promoting nature-based solutions for climate resilience. Need to build the successful women-led agroforestry initiative in the ground that provide multi-benefits on nature and people. We have to mainstream gender into benefit sharing, carbon offset to male, then sustain together with capacity building, enable legal national framework and multi-stakeholder platform establishment. We have to ensure direct access to funding for women and youth. It's reported that only 1% global funding is invested in women rights organizations. So you see, there are schemes that have proven to be very effective, and there are newly created approach to achieve this. So another activity is to ensure security rights to land and forests for women and youth. One of the challenges women faces in the effort in ecosystem restoration is their insecure tenure rights. While women are responsible of 17 or 80% of food production, only 2 or 20% or 5% of women have ownership on the land. The pilot size of the Lilaghle approach developed by REFACOF is very promising. Upscaling this can significantly improve and women and girls' security in land. So I can explain that Lilaghle is an approach developed by REFACOF, in which we have had a very large program of advocacy with traditional chief, head middle household and family, so they can secure land for their wife, their girls, and we have just started this approach, and it works very well. So it is very important to scale up this approach of Lilaghle. Yeah. In conclusion, in Africa, women are driving the ecosystem restoration, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable management of forests. Women have agency. Women have the knowledge. Women are forest champions by nature, and women have the solution. Women are the solution. We would like to invite you, assistant of those who will see this presentation, to support rural women direct access to finance and to decision making and scale up their effort in solidarity for our planet. Support Lilaghle as a gender transformative approach that shows to be very promising and can definitely help women regain tenure, security, have long-term economic autonomy and sustainable livelihood. Support REFACOF 2 million trees program and together be back our biodiversity, because I have to explain that REFACOF have committed to restore 20 billion trees are his contribution to ecosystem restoration decade. So I invite you to support this program. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Rose. And I already have questions for you, but where are our slides? As we wait for our slides to come back, let's see if it's going to be fast. Oh, TV. Okay. Oh, it was there before. Was it the connection? Oh, there. No. Yeah. Is it the last slide? Rose? Okay. Okay. Great. So next we're going to have Eddie talk to us about their work on the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. And after Eddie's presentation, then we can have a round of questions, right? Before we end our session. So you have the floor, Eddie. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you, and thank you so much for the introduction and the opportunity as well. My name is Edie Mariner, and I'm from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, which you may not have heard of. It's quite a mouthful, but we're a business-led community organization of around 250 organizations across lots of different industries. And within that, I work for the Forest Solutions Group, which is a sector project working specifically with forest sector companies across timber, pulp, paper, and other industries. And today, I wanted to talk to you about a report which we actually launched in this very pavilion a couple of days ago at COP30, and it's on the topic of building trust and sharing value with local communities. So it's not specifically looking at gender, but I think gender is a very important element to that, and it's mostly focused on the inclusion of local communities and obviously within that underrepresented groups. Next slide, please. Before I go into detail on that, though, I just think it's important to set the scene a bit in terms of how we came as a group of forest sector companies to focus on local communities. So I think, you know, we're all familiar with the fact that people, nature and climate intersect, and, you know, climate change impacts and biodiversity loss impacts are impacting people across the world more and more so every day. But from a business perspective, I think nature and climate have really sort of hogged the limelight for the last maybe decade or so. And what we're starting to see, or we've seen in the last few years, is the people agenda come through really strongly, and the role of businesses in terms of, you know, providing products, services, jobs, those sorts of things, have really kind of put the pressure, but also, you know, businesses are starting to wake up to their capacity to drive positive impacts for people. Next slide, please. But I obviously work with forest product companies, and the FSG decided to, you know, it was time to start talking and thinking about how can we leverage this collective group to add value in terms of the people contribution to people. And what makes the forest sector relatively unique as an industry is that sort of deep intersection with local communities. So their operations often are, you know, really influencing and shaping the lives and economies of the local landscapes where they operate. And there's also a lot of impact that they can have in terms of improving livelihoods with local communities, because around 30% of the forests worldwide are managed by the forest sector. So it's a huge opportunity to add value. So yeah, we saw an opportunity here really. So I think amongst the business discourse, the topic of how to really drive shared value creation with local communities from a forestry point of view, we kind of saw there was a bit of a missing framework or a missing way to help companies structure their efforts. Next slide, please. Oh, but yeah, before I go into more detail on that, so this map highlights the sort of geographical spread of where some of the Forest Solution Group members operate. So not just forests owned, leased and managed, but also where their production facilities are. And when we were sort of scoping this project and engaging quite closely with our companies, we've really found that despite the geographical differences and despite the fact that, you also have different business activities and different levels of proximity to how closely these companies are sort of operating close to communities, there were some common practices and some common threads across not just best practices, but also just principles that these companies were following. So we decided, as part of this report, to really try and bring all of those sort of insights and lessons learned and really sort of the journey that the sector's been on and how it's evolved in terms of their community engagement and development activities. Next slide, please. And so this principle framework outlines, and I think it's important to emphasize that it is a business framework. So this has really been built off conversations that we've had with business stakeholders, but also members of the Forest Solutions Group, in an attempt to guide companies in the forest sector, but also sectors beyond the forest sector that also have quite a heavy and diverse land footprint, to try and enable them to really think, how can we strategize and embed community engagement and development into our business operations. So I won't go through them all in too much detail, but I think I can just pick out one that's super relevant for today, which is measuring impacts and facilitating continuous improvement. So I think in the report, this one kind of comes towards the end, because it's more sort of to do with, obviously the measuring impact of the particular project. The next slide, please. But I just thought I'd bring some examples from our members that really see this principle in action, depending on the geography. So this is CMPC. They're an integrated business with forestry operations in Brazil, Chile, and Argentina. And they're an integrated forestry company. So they work in timber, pulp, packaging, and personal care across 9 countries. So they have they're a huge global company. And we actually had the CEO of CMPC with us on, I think it was Monday, launching the report, because for them, community engagement and development is a huge part of their business strategy. And they really see it as an essential part of being able to have positive impact. I'll just elaborate a bit on what they use. So they have a community relationship framework, for example, which really looks at what principles they can use across all of these different geographies to drive shared value. They also have regular surveys with local communities and also a tailored evaluation process to make sure that any of their activities are doing and delivering what they promise to do. And I think one thing that makes CMPC quite unique as well is their human well-being matrix. So it's developed, I believe, with a local university in Chile, which uses quite sort of micro granular level data on well-being essentially. And they use that to determine where to focus their efforts and where they can really add value for communities. And they also use it to make sure that they're actually driving impact and can measure their impact, Next slide, please. And another example is from Olam Agri, So another integrated forestry management company. It's a global company, but they have forestry operations in the Republic of Congo. And again, quite a unique setup because they actually manage 2 million hectares. And within this includes 100 villages and around 60,000 inhabitants. So it's quite a unique setup in comparison to the other members that we work with. So they've got 2 interesting initiatives. One is the homemaker to home builder. So this is a specific initiative working with women in the Republic of Congo to really try and tackle exactly what we've discussed, like historically the sector is very male dominated, and so it's trying to empower women to develop new skills so they can earn money from building houses and furniture as well, and also helping to tackle that stigma in terms of women not being able to work as well. And then social mapping is another project. This is something that I hadn't heard of before, but it's super interesting, where rather than using a conventional map to determine operations, they actually work closely with indigenous communities to develop a map which is more enriched with socio-cultural elements. So they know, for example, in this case, not to harvest a particular tree because within that tree there's a really important, I think it's a caterpillar, a really important source of income and something of cultural value to that community. So it's another example of collaborating with a typically underrepresented community to strengthen community and engagement efforts. Next slide, please. So I think I'll leave it there. I hope I didn't whistle through that too quickly. But if you're interested in learning more, you can download the report on our website. But also, I think we just really wanted to emphasize that, as I've said, this is a business framework and has been developed in collaboration with businesses. But going forwards, we really want to open the door for conversations with different stakeholders to make sure that this framework can be applied in the best and most useful way possible. So if you want to connect with me, then come and speak to me at the end, or you can email me or my colleague as well. But yeah, thank you so much for your time.
Is this on still? Okay, so we have a few minutes for a round of questions, and then I think we can start with ourselves exchanging questions with each other and then say who in the audience wants to join us. Today we had 3 exposures, right, of examples of what's happening to tackle gender equity in forest and land use, right? And the challenges are not small. So in Brazil, we are working focused on the forest sector. It's a women-led initiative. In Africa, it's a women-led initiative also, looking a lot of restoration with high ambition. And then Eddie exposed what's happening in the business world, right, when it comes to supporting this effort. So I have a question for you, Rose. So how is it for new women to join the Forest Women, the African Women's Network? How is it that they know about your work, and how is it that they can engage more powerfully and more effectively?
Okay, thank you, Barbara. Our network is open for all African women around the continent. Yes, so you just share our mission. If you are okay with our mission, so you are welcome in our network. We need more women to join our hand and maybe continue the work we have started since 2009 when we was created. So you just address your intention to join the network, and you are very welcome. Yeah.
Thank you. And I do have a question for Eddie. What is the participation of women in putting together these frameworks, right? I understand that sometimes when we want to tackle a challenge that it's outside of our reality, it's hard to think about how to do it. I think, for example, for Brazil's case and then African's case, it's a women-led initiative. So for us, it's easy to find what to do. It's just hard to find the money to do it. But when it comes to businesses, maybe it's the other way around, right? Having the money, but what is it that we can actually do? So maybe you can elaborate a little on that, right?
Yeah, sure. Sorry. So the question being, what was the role of women in developing the framework? That's a good question. I mean, the makeup of the FS and of the group, I think we've got a pretty strong representation of women, actually. But I think fully recognizing that that's not maybe typical of the sector. We work with companies that, in order to join the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, you've got to meet certain criteria, but in terms of sustainability, but also social sustainability as well. So maybe that's why. But yeah, I mean, we also report annually. We ask our members to report annually across a certain number of indicators, and one of which is representation of women. And I think for the last few years, it's been slightly under 30%. So it's still not, representative of the population, But in terms of the development of this framework, we worked closely with our members, but it wasn't specifically only for women in the group. I think it was important to have a quite diverse range of inputs to make sure that the framework was really practical.
Nice, thank you. And just a final comment and thoughts. I know that at the Rede Mulher Florestal, we don't track KPIs and outputs and outcomes so closely, and many times we see the benefit of our work in the process. By bringing women together, they have a sense of belonging, so having a space to be many times is the result, right? So we have learned that over the years, not to be too strict on what are the numbers that we're putting out? What are the actual results, KPIs, etc. But the process of bringing women together and, strengthening their sense of belonging has been one of the main results that we see. So I wanted to see if you two have questions for me or for each other, and then before I open to the audience.
For you. No, but not a question at all, but maybe we are women. We see we are involved in the forest. I will make a comment and not a question. So I made a call of action for all the women around the world. So we have to join our hand, restore the nature, because women are champion of forest by nature. So we have to continue this work. We start things, but we need money. We need to be financed so we can scale up what we are doing now. Because restoration needs a lot of money. Without money, we cannot do like we want. We make a lot with small fund. If they give us money so we can really protect our nature for future generation.
Thank you. My question is, how do you measure impact in terms of your work? Do you have mechanisms in place or regular touch points? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we see the numbers of the impact of our panorama report, like how many downloads, so we have a way to get numbers to see like specific impact. And then we have the number of women that engage in the organization year by year, right? So we run a mentorship program, for example, and we have the numbers of mentees and mentors that participate and then their reports, right? How is it changing their lives or improving their ability, right, to persist in a sector that is not very welcoming still for women, right? So we do have specific numbers for trainings we put together, workshops, and etc. But honestly, this is something that we don't highlight too much, right? Because the numbers that make sense to us is like how many people are gathering in the process, right, and participating. So we do check the number of people that participate in the working groups over time, right? Is it increasing, decreasing? Is it the same? How? What is the value they see, right, in having these spaces, right, in the opportunities we provide when you become a member of the Forest Women's Network. So when we attract companies, right, that come with this like, oh, I need to see numbers to see if it makes sense for me to put my numbers, they're not too picky either, right, to see like, I need to like a full report of all the metrics you have over time. But they see the impact we have on social media, they see the impact we have on our reports, and because we work at sectorial level, it is also very welcoming for them, right? So yeah, we have been doing a mix of like some things we keep track and other things we report on like the process more, right? So any question from you guys? Thank you so much for sticking with us. Are you curious to learn something more about the African Women's Network, the World Business Council, or Rede Mulher Florestal? Anyone here curious? No? You know it all?
Yeah, I'm sorry I arrived a little bit late. I am in the network with Barbara. I would just like to know, how do you guys feel after this session, how we can integrate different countries that are working in the same subject and make those networks become bigger and in a not only a country level but an international level as we face similar challenges?
Okay. Thank you for your question. You see, at the end of my presentation, the last slide had our contact. We had email address, website, so you can join us or ask any question you are if you want to join the network, or if you want to build a conversation, a direct conversation with us. So feel free to write to us. Thank you.
Great question, Olivia. So I think on our end, we can definitely invite the African Women's Network next year for a conversation with our members, right? So bringing them in a structured conversation, dialogue. Maybe we can focus on like women-led restoration, right? And then have you explain how women have been so transformative, right? And we can engage women in the network that is specifically interested in restoration, right? So we can try to start this integration through themes, right? Specific themes, like restoration, for example, and seeing how we can do this cross-network initiative gain some traction, right? And this could be also the seed for some grants that we participate together for global calls, right? For supporting initiatives that is cross-country, right? Or cross-theme. In Brazil, we are not specifically focused on restoration, but we have many of our members working on restoration, right? So there are individual interests, right? And then we want to promote women leadership and participation in forest overall, right? Which includes the restoration of forest ecosystems. So, Rose, it's on my plate, and thanks, Livia, for the provocation, to invite you for a structured dialogue, right? And bringing our members together, right, with you. And then we can have definitely happening online, but then we can also see in which spaces we can be together. Like last year, we were in the UFRO World Congress, and then we were one of the 5 global case studies, right? And there we were able to connect with women, but more from the global north, right? And from there, we didn't continue the dialogue and the integration too much, more like shyly, I would say. But I think for us, Brazil and African countries, I think we have a more natural connection, I would say, and a greater need, right, to get together, right, to try to tackle resources for strengthening our organizations, right? Because when we have the resources we need, then we put the strategy, you know, in play. Anyone else? Great question.
So no, it's okay. I think one thing I didn't mention actually is that during the process of developing this report, there were lots of examples of monitoring and facilitating improvement and those sorts of things, but it also came through as quite a big challenge, and in terms of measuring like net positive impact for local communities. So I think for us as a business organization, it's really important to have conversations with more on the ground organizations like yourselves that can really share knowledge of how to really develop impactful ways to measure positive impact. So I think, yeah, that's why it's very important for us to, all be involved in the same sorts of dialogues. So yeah, that's also my invite to you both to be part of our wider stakeholder group to develop this framework to something even stronger.
Wonderful. Any other question or comment before we end the session? No? All right, so I'd like to thank you so much for joining us in this session. I think talking about gender is a challenge for many individuals and businesses, but at Rede Mulher Florestal at least, and then we can do a final thing, each person. Rede Mulher Florestal, we propose to be in this leadership. We understand that many times we're going to be opening trails that are not yet open. We're going to be in rooms that if we were talking about finance, it would be full, but we're talking about women inclusion, so it's not as full, right? So it is something we're used to, and we propose to be in this leadership moving forward. So many final words?
Not much to say, really. No, just thank you so much for the opportunity, and yeah, thank you all for coming, and hope to connect afterwards.
Okay, women have many issues, many challenges, so we have to work together to strangle these issues. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Boa tarde, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Take your seats. We're about to start. We're already a little bit late. Sorry. So, welcome everyone to our session in the Forest Pavilion called Agroforestry for Resilient Livelihoods and Equity, Scaling Restoration and Inclusive Value Chains. So we aim at this talk to bring what agroforestry systems in its different and broad concepts from plots, for plot level analysis, from the productive system in itself, from the landscape approach, until the wider approach into public policies and markets, going into the value chains that all the products from agroforests could generate and connect to each other. So we're going to have four incredible panelists this afternoon. And we're going to have some minutes, 7 to 10 minutes for each one. 7 minutes to 10 minutes, 7 minutes. We're already a little bit late, so let's not skip that. Still missing Indara, she's on the way. Indara from SEMAS. We're going to have Andrew Mikulis, Damian Kam, and Andrea Carneiro. I'm going to introduce you each one as they come to speak. And the first one will be Andrew Mikulis, that he is our country director here at CIFOR-ICRAF. And I wrote down some mini bios so we get to know a little bit better each of the speakers. So Andrew Mikulis is our country coordinator and lead scientist for ICRAF Brazil, where he spearheads innovative agroforestry-based solutions for forest and landscape restoration and the scaling of sustainable land use systems. Over the past decade, his work has bridged science and practice across agroforestry, agroecology, sustainable biofuels, climate change adaptation, environmental governance, and land use policy. A former consultant, facilitator, and trainer in agroforestry, permaculture, and sustainable livelihoods for NGOs, governments, and international organizations, he also lives what he teaches, managing his own small farm through agroforestry and agroecological practices. Welcome, and the floor is yours, Andrew.
Thank you, Saulo. Thank you, everyone, for coming. And if you want to tell your colleagues who are not here that this is also being transmitted online via Zoom, so we have others watching, don't know exactly where, but somewhere in the world watching us as well. So, yeah. So the challenge today is to talk a little bit about ecosystem services for agroforestry systems, but also making the linkage to value chains and inclusive value chains. Thank you. Pode passar. Obrigado. So, a lot of this is really widely known. It's really very, very well documented in the literature. But of course, agroforestry systems have many different, provide many different environmental services, beginning with the soils, then the land cover, the mulch, recovering the fertility, nutrient cycling, and of course the soil plant synergies, which actually 1 + 1 = 3 and not 2. So that the life, the microbial life and mycorrhiza in the soil, they enable synergies that produce nutrients both for the fungal network and for the plant. This is just one example. Of course, it's also very important for biodiversity, providing ecological corridors, shade and habitats both for mammals of very different size, bird life, as well as other types of biodiversity, especially the soil microbiome. Thank you. Pode passar. So, Yeah, and then of course there's the whole water cycle, regulation of the water cycle, the hydrological cycle. So through the whole process of first evapotranspiration and then rainfall, and the rainfalls and then infiltration, seepage into the ground, root systems of the trees help supply the water table, and then that raises the level of the water table. And then we also have a phenomenon called hydraulic lifting, which basically means that the plants, many trees have this function, especially in the savanna and semi-arid regions of Brazil and other countries in the world. The whole genus of Spongia, for example, has the hydraulic lift, so that means that the water, it pulls the water up from the water table, and then at night it actually deposits the water through the smaller, the finer roots, deposits water down below. So that's how you can grow corn. Can grow other stuff beneath trees that actually have the leaves fall. And so all of these functions are very important. So really, really important. So biodiversity, water. And so I said the message here is that, of course, is nature has its own water storage capacities. It's all like a teacher of ours, Ernst Goetz in Brazil, always used to say that if you don't have water, 200 millimeters of rain, right, where you live, you plant water. Because the plants, they store the water. So the succulent species and basically the farmers who left many of their trees, they had much lower loss. They lost not as much. I'm talking about the difference from 10, 20% for those who had more trees in their system, losing cacao. I mean, mature trees dying, and acai dying because of the drought. This normally doesn't happen, but we've seen many examples of this. Pode passar. So besides this, like I said, carbon is also a key element in these systems. And we have, as you can see here, just a few examples of a few different systems comparing simple monocrop oil palm systems. Because in Brazil, we work with oil palm agroforestry as well, with biodiverse oil palm and the biodiverse cocoa. And then, of course, cocoa with just live fence, which is Gliricidia, with basically Gliricidia sepium. So you can see the carbon curves here. This is above ground. Sorry, Lee, but this is all above ground biomass, no soil carbon here. But yeah, you can see the difference in the curves up to a certain point, and you can see the drop. This drop here is reflecting it's the time either when the plants were removed. We have the first drop after pruning, around 7 to 8, 10 years because of pruning, a drop in the carbon, and the drop afterwards after the trees are harvested or they leave the system. But of course, carbon, pode passar mais uma. Nobody eats carbon, right? Well, indirectly they do. I guess indirect carbon is in everything. But our agroforestry is also very important for food and for livelihoods and for markets. But for you to be able to access the market and to be able to sell, well, it's good for food security, reduces risks and stress related to market because you have a diversity of different crops throughout the year. And these crops, depending on the market, it gives you a certain amount of flexibility to manage the systems according to crops that have a better market price or lower market price. So all of this reduces vulnerability. So farmer vulnerability, having all these products. But if you want just food security, that's fine. But if you want actually to increase income, you need to have market access. So I'm just going to give a quick example of a value chain study that we did here in Tomé Açu. This is my last slide. Saulo, don't worry, I'm finishing. It's a quick example here of a study we did a few years ago in Tomé Açu, where you can see here, this is a Senki diagram. Sorry, this is in Portuguese, but here you have the different links in the value chain. So from initial, the inputs, to the primary, the production, to the processing, primary processing, secondary processing, and then going to market, local market, and then to the national market. And here you can see this represents the flows, right, of inputs into different value chains. You can see how many inputs are going to the oil palm. This is all oil palm value chain. So that inputs means fertilizer, it means seedlings, and then you can see the same going to cassava, just translating black pepper, cupuaçu, which is the cousin of cacao, passion fruit, acai, and then cacao itself. And I'd just like to highlight here two main constraints in this value chain analysis that we found that can often really be the determining factors for scaling. So we always like to use this example because it's a very, 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 very clear one. So we have basically, this is a bit difficult to interpret, but we have basically the main constraints here are for black pepper and for cassava. And where these constraints lie? Right here in the processing. So, and the cacao also has constraints, especially in the processing. So it's not about actually accessing the market. All of these chains, these products, they all have a market. Cassava, acai, black pepper, they have a guaranteed market. But if the farmer doesn't have a basic primary processing facilities at his own home or basic fermentation of the cacao, he won't reach the minimum quality that's required. And thus, and the same applies for the cassava as well. Selling the actual cassava roots doesn't earn much money. It's the flour that earns money. But if you don't have a whole miniature processing plant for the cassava, well, you don't really access the value chain. And you can see this reflected, why so many of the black pepper farmers, for example, also do agroforestry, they sell to middlemen, they sell to intermediaries, because they can't do the basic processing. And the same applies here to a different extent also for the cassava. Different types, subproducts of the cassava, right? But those who don't have access to the basic processing, they just are stuck here. They just sell the roots and really don't make very much of a decent living off of that. So I think that's all for today, just to give you a quick example of the importance of the value chain, importance of looking at the market access, because it's very common to find. It's very common to find experiences of agroforestry in Brazil, and I think elsewhere as well, where we have beautiful systems, high biodiversity, high species diversity, high ecosystem services, high carbon, but no market, or very little market, or only market for a few products. So what do? What's the end result? A lot of fruit rotting on the ground, because agroforestry has a lot of fruit. So if you don't have a freezer that's linked to a solar panel to basically to be able to have the pulp in a freezer, then you just basically lose it, and a lot of the effort is gone. So I'll stop right here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew has brought this incredible amount of possibilities regarding products we got from our agroforestry system, some challenges from the value chains of Pará from a recent study. Thanks. And we're gonna continue now. I'm gonna invite our second panelist. His name is Damian. Thank you for coming. Damian, come. As a Vice President of Forestry Partnerships and Development at Terra Formation, he works with forestry teams worldwide to scale forest and landscape restoration through training, equipment, technology, and finance. Trained in agronomy and as a water and forest engineer from Paris Tech, with a focus on economics and ethical leadership, he previously served as COO of Kinome, developing community-based forestry projects in 33 countries that reached over 1.8 million people. A social entrepreneur and strategic advisor, He has supported governments, international organizations, and companies on forestry, climate, and sustainability policies and innovative finance, and served on the technical panel of the Global Conservation Standard. Thanks for coming. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My organization, Terraformation, is a global reforestation company focused on native forest restoration. And we partner with governments, with NGOs, scientists, and communities to develop this project. And we finance them through private funding, mainly through Finance Carbon. We have completed 2,000 hectares of forest restoration. We have a pipeline of 50,000 hectares of project under design, and a pipeline of 150,000 hectares also of forest restoration. The question that I've been asked for the panel is what's the perspective of the private investor on agroforestry? And I would like to answer with three main points. The first one is agroforestry will be bankable, and is bankable when we reduce the risk at the landscape level. And the risk is not agroforestry itself. It's not the technique and all the benefits that is produced by agroforestry, because all of has been explained just before is a real guarantee for the engagement and the commitment of the farmer for the farming system. The risk, usually from the private investor perspective, is mostly on the land tenure and how we ensure that the land tenure is safe enough for a long-term investment. Is about also the smallholders. It means that we are, for an investment, we are dealing with thousands of smallholders. This means a lot of transaction costs, a lot of management of all these title deeds and relationship. And usually this is perceived as a risk also. And having a strong organization like a cooperative is obviously something that is de-risking the investment. And the third things I would like also to express from the investment perspective is the demand of the product. The demand should be taken really at the beginning, at day one of the design of the project, to avoid that you just say, like, we are producing fruits, but the fruit are staying here because there is no market. And the demand and how to assess the market and how to link the agroforestry investments with the market is something that usually is taken a bit later on the stage of the design, because we used to focus on the production side, but from the investor perspective, that should be taken into consideration from day one. Some successful investment have been done, for example, in the cocoa agroforestry system. We have example in Ghana, in Ivory Coast, where there is in the investments there is usually a partnership with one of the cooperative of industrial that is processing, that is buying the cocoa commodity, and that is involved in the investment partnership. Lastly, I want to insist on the philanthropic funding and how we can leverage on not only the capital private investment, but also the leverage. I usually take the example of what does it mean for a farmer. A farmer, when he decides to shift to an agroforestry system, usually he has 3 years with a lot of risk. He decides to plant the tree, but we'll get the revenue for the cocoa only after 3 or 4 years. That's what the economists call the Death Valley. This Death Valley, which is a high-risk zone for the farmer, also for the private investor, this is where the philanthropic partnership can have a huge value. One example in one of our projects is how we use a loan from a foundation to cover the 3 first years of the investment. And then we repair when we start having income from cocoa and from carbon. Carbon is the same. The tree needs to grow to get the carbon credits. Same value chain as cocoa. And also with a lot of fluctuation. And then the loan is able to give this safety during 3 to 4 years. And then we repay once we get the income on the cocoa and the carbon. We repay the loan. And then in the eyes of the public funding, the project is highly de-risked in year 3. And this is where we can close deals also with the private investor. Yeah, that's my 3 main insights based on our experience across the world.
Thank you, Damien. This is some very good insights on how can we deal with this death valley, as you said. This period is very crucial for the establishment of any plantation, forest plantation and agroforestry systems, and how can we blend different kind of income for the projects. So now I will invite our third panelist. We've got Indara. She hasn't arrived yet. She's on our way, as she said. Let's see if she can arrive at the good time. But I'll call so instead Andrea Carneiro. She is, let's just, where is her here? I got her mini bio here, no worry. Somewhere, yeah, is a Brazilian conservationist whose curiosity for nature began on the coast and led her into marine research. And as a master's in zoology at the Museu Nacional in Rio de Janeiro, the Federal University. After years working across Latin America and the Gulf regions on offshore environmental oversight, she shifted to conservation with WCS in Colombia, coordinating environmental compensation projects and leading the regional action plan for manatees in the Magdalena River Valley. At Rainforest Trust, now she is responsible for the Brazilian and Guyana Shield portfolio, supporting the creation and expansion of protected areas and strengthening partnerships with local NGOs and environmental agencies across the regions. Applause for her.
Okay, I will talk seated because I'm very shy. So I will give you just a little summary, which is Rainforest Trust. We work with the support for creation of protected areas. That means standard protected areas, national parks, sustainable development reserves, also quilombola titling territories, indigenous territories. And so the protected area is a very wide range of territories. We do not support restoration per se, because we are looking into the areas that are in the best forest condition possible, that cannot be restored at the level they are right now. But as we are supporting communities to live within those areas, they are actually making lots of progress with agroforestry. With agroforestry, they have been allowing the areas to be more productive. They are not cutting the forest, and they have been zoned with a conservation core. So Rainforest enters in this realm of agroforestry with the communities not only in Brazil, but in any of our areas that we work. The tropical Andes, Amazon, Atlantic forest, but also the Congo Basin and Southeast Asia. While also we saw that, as my colleagues talking here about the carbon production and sequestration, when they have this agroforestry inside these areas, protected areas, we also look into an increase of carbon because they're not clear cutting the forest. So this is one thing that Rainforest Trust is looking into. If we can support those areas where they have this entire agroforestry system in the buffer area of protected areas, we are looking to actually those areas have been protected for a long time, and also have all the communities around and the surrounding of these new protected areas, they're kept inside a green belt. So as soon as those areas, these communities, they have income inside this area, they're not moving from one side to the other side and clear cutting. I remember once, few years ago here in Pará, one of Secretary of Environment here, he said here in Pará, in the Amazon itself, we will not see any protected areas without people living within, because areas without people means deforestation. So deforestation over undesignated land, and undesignated land protection is what we are aiming for. So thank you. This is my very short and brief talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andrea. It's been showing your important work of doing protected areas around the global south. It's not an easy task. Congratulations for your work. And we see that it's really true in the Amazon and elsewhere in the tropics. Protected areas are full of people with tradition, with ways of life, and conservation is wonderful for people who just is not living from the area and just want to see the green areas standing by. But people need to live from it. People need to do their agroforestry plots. And in the traditional way, they used to cut and burn, shifting cultivation. So agroforestry practices is really a sound alternative for protected areas, and while people can still live in there and can protect the forest at the same time. So thanks for bringing it as well. And now we're going to move to our final panelist. Thanks for coming. Indara Aguilar, she is from the Secretary of Environment and of the state of Pará. I have her mini bio here, just gonna get really, just wait a minute. I'm presenting everyone. Nice. Indara Aguilar, Director of Climate Change and Environmental Services at Pará State Secretariat for Environment and Sustainability. She's a postgraduate and a postgraduate professor at Agro-Environmental Law at CESUPA. With 8 years of experience in environmental, agrarian, land, and mining law, she focuses on environmental licensing, land and environmental regularization, and public environmental governance. She leads major climate mitigation and adaptation initiatives in the Brazilian Amazon, including the jurisdictional RED Plus system, payment for environmental services, sustainable livestock, and native vegetation recovery, and serves on the management councils of key protected areas. Thanks for coming again. Indara.
Boa tarde a todos e todas. Vocês preferem que eu fale inglês ou português? In English or Portuguese? I could try speak English, but I think I will not do this very well because me ajuda. Mas acho que eu vou falar. Tá bom, vou sentar. Well, here in the state of Pará, we have a big challenge, which is reduce deforestation increase restoration, but we need to do this with economical possibilities to people who live in the forest. So now at State of Pará, we are investing a lot in initiatives that regularize area, that implement agroforest systems, and we need to grow, we need to structure better the cattle of bioeconomy to give people who live in forests better ways to live. And we have the challenge to recover 7 million hectares of forest. And this is a big challenge, but it's also maybe we just need to change the way we work here, because many people who lives in forest already do those kind of activities. Now, us as state, as government, we need to agregar valor.
Add value.
Advisor.
Add value.
Add value to these economic options. So, as I said, a State of Pará needs, of course, we need to enforce the fiscalization, the control and combat.
Enforcement, command and control, enforcement.
The command and control area, yes. But we need a lot of help, because only state can't do this alone. We need a lot of help to give better choices, better possibilities to our community, to the sustainable development. Acho que agora eu vou falar em português,
Fica à vontade, fica à vontade.
Então, nós temos alguns projetos para alcançar essa meta de 7 milhões de hectares de restauração.
So we have a few different projects to reach this target of restoring 7 million hectares in Pará State.
O principal deles é o Plano Estadual Amazônia Agora.
The main program is called Amazon Now, the state program called Amazon Now.
Que é o nosso plano setorial de mudança do uso da terra e florestas.
Which is our land use and forest sectoral plan.
Que é o maior percentual de emissões do estado do Pará é pelo desmatamento, é pela mudança do uso do solo e florestas.
Yeah, because of the largest portion of emissions of greenhouse gases in Pará State is from land use change and from deforestation.
Então, sabendo que o nosso estado tem diferentes áreas com diferentes potenciais e vocações, nós estamos trabalhando no planejamento espacial da priorização da recuperação da vegetação nativa.
Since many areas have different types of vocation, different types of suitability, we're doing spatial planning for prioritizing areas for conservation and restoration in Pará State.
E em algumas áreas nós precisamos investir mais e atrair mais investidores que vão atuar na restauração ecológica, na geração de créditos de carbono.
So now basically what we need to do is to attract more investors to be able to invest both in carbon capture and carbon storage as well as ecological restoration.
E em grande parte nós precisamos trabalhar lado a lado com os médios, pequenos agricultores familiares para implementar a restauração produtiva e os sistemas agroflorestais para que aquela área que estava desmatada, que era uma área degradada, venha a se tornar, continue sendo uma alternativa de renda e desenvolvimento para aquela família, mas também deixando de ser uma área com ilegalidade e cumprindo o seu papel social na restauração.
Yeah, so basically what we need to do now is to work side by side with family farmers, medium scale, large scale farmers as well, both in agroforestry systems and other methods for restoring degraded lands, so that we can help to improve income, development, as well as enable livelihoods for farmers who are occupying that land.
Sabemos que as cadeias produtivas da Amazônia, elas são extremamente ricas, diversas e têm muito valor, mas o Estado precisa trabalhar para que esse valor seja mais interessante para a nossa população, para a nossa comunidade, do que a abertura de novas áreas.
Yeah, so we know that we have many production chains already in Brazil that already have a lot of value, a great deal of diversity. But the state needs to really play a very important role to increase, to add more value to these bioeconomy forest production chains.
Então, grande parte do nosso desafio está na assistência técnica, está na regularização ambiental, na regularização fundiária e no acesso a crédito, além das tecnologias para a intensificação da produção e para o apoio desses produtores e agricultores familiares nesse trabalho nas cadeias produtivas da sociobioeconomia do Estado do Pará.
So we know that we have a lot of work to do in technical assistance, environmental regularization, and land tenure regularization, and really to be able to support all these aspects of the enabling environment so that the farmers and forest-dwelling communities can be able to add more value and be able to really improve their livelihoods based on the forest economy.
Então, para isso, o governo do Estado e parceiros da iniciativa privada e instituições não governamentais estamos atuando fortemente nessas ações que levam aos pequenos produtores a regularização, a restauração produtiva, os sistemas agroflorestais e também outras formas de beneficiamento através da floresta em pé, como é o caso do pagamento por serviços ambientais, como é o caso do sistema jurisdicional de RED+. Então, o que eu posso dizer é que o Estado tem trabalhado ativamente, junto com parceiros muito importantes aqui, para que a gente encontre cada vez mais essas soluções baseadas na natureza e que levem o desenvolvimento para o território, para além da proteção, para além da restauração, que leve o desenvolvimento social e econômico para essa comunidade que está na ponta.
Muita informação.
Falei muito?
Cadê? Yeah, so basically, we've really been partnering with several different partners, both from the private sector, NGOs, as well as government agencies, to be able to work on, as I already mentioned, productive restoration, as we call it, agroforestry systems, ecological restoration, but also in processing, basic processing of products from the forest, as well as payment for environmental services, and other methods of what we call nature-based solutions to really promote the development of the forest products among all of these different sectors.
Por fim, acabamos de lançar uma iniciativa chamada Aceleradora de Negócios da Restauração e, através dela, nós pretendemos conectar parceiros, apoiadores e iniciativas que já estão no território.
Yeah, so now we just started a program called Acceleration of the Acceleration of Restoration Businesses, basically. Não sei se é assim que vocês estão traduzindo. Where we really hope to be able to work with several different partners, investors, private sector investors who really want to put their funding into restoration as a business.
E apoiar produtores, cooperativas, associações, universidades, no fortalecimento desse nosso mercado, no fortalecimento das cadeias produtivas que estão envolvidas na restauração, e assim esperamos que a gente possa agregar valor e levar mais soluções para essa nossa comunidade que já está na floresta, que já está nos ajudando a proteger e que só precisa de mais estrutura para que possa chegar mais longe.
Yeah, so basically we're working with different types of family farmers, cooperatives, associations of different types of farmers, really to be able to strengthen their capacity to be able to work in the value chains associated specifically with restoration, the restoration value chain, so that we can also add value and bring alternative solutions, other solutions for forest-dwelling communities who can derive their livelihoods from the forest.
So, that's a bit of our work. desculpa,
Mandou bem.
um pouco
mandou
do
bem.
nosso trabalho pela Secretaria Estadual de Meio Ambiente, pela Diretoria de Mudanças Climáticas. E agradeço muito pelo convite, espero ter conseguido passar um pouquinho. A gente não tem muito tempo para se aprofundar, né, nas experiências, mas estou totalmente à disposição para quem quiser conversar mais, se alguém tiver alguma dúvida, para a gente trocar experiências e se ajudar, cooperar, para a gente ir mais longe com o nosso trabalho, com o nosso objetivo.
Yeah, so thank you. That was just a little taste of the work that we're doing at the Environment Secretariat, specifically at the Climate Change Directorate of the Environment Secretariat, just so you can get a feel for the work that we do. We didn't have a lot of time to be able to go in depth into these subjects, but I'm totally at your disposal here if you have any questions or comments, and thank you very much.
Thanks again, Indara. It was really nice. Courageous and ambitious efforts by the state to restore this 7 million hectares of forests. And for sure, it's necessary to bring partnerships, partners, and communities, everyone together in this effort. Congratulations. Now I would like to invite Andrew, everyone again back to take a seat again here in the front, and we're gonna have some time for questions and answers. Please. Does anyone would like to have a comment or a question for our panelists? It's open.
Obrigado, viu?
He has one.
Nossa, falou que não falava inglês. Você fala, você tudo bem. Se vira bem.
Hello. Okay. Hi, Andrew. Hello, everyone. I think it's hard to hear with this heavy rain, but can I try to speak in English? It's okay?
Yeah.
I was wondering how all these efforts that was mentioned, I didn't get since the beginning, but how are they coordinated in a kind of a territorial perspective of governance? So how these efforts are integrated with the other sectors that are there, the other land uses, the other interests. Are there any other, I don't know, governance platforms on the ground that coordinate these interests? Or they are kind of a more specific sectoral approach? Yeah, just interested in this.
We have some platforms that we can control, monitor those initiatives. An example is platform sustainable areas, territories. help.
Sustainable landscapes, yeah?
Yeah.
Sustainable territories or landscapes, yeah? Program. Sim, então, a gente ajudou a desenhar, mas a gente não está ainda.
Temos a plataforma Territórios Sustentáveis. Na plataforma Territórios Sustentáveis, nós temos iniciativas parceiras e provedores, aceleradores, que apoiam uns aos outros na regularização ambiental, na regularização fundiária, no acesso a crédito e na restauração de suas áreas.
Yeah, so we have the Sustainable Territories or Landscapes program, where farmers who enroll in the program will have easier access to land tenure regularization, environmental regularization, and rural credit as well.
No caso da cadeia da pecuária, a gente tem, por exemplo, o selo verde. O selo verde, ele permite que a gente faça consulta do CAR, do imóvel, e verifique se aquele produtor de carne ele está apto para comercializar no mercado formal. Então, se ele não tem irregularidade, desmatamento ilegal, sobreposição com terra indígena, também é um exemplo de plataforma em que a gente pode trabalhar a integridade, no caso específico da cadeia da pecuária.
So in the livestock value chain, we also have what we call the green stamp or green seal of approval for livestock farmers, those who are basically in compliance with the environmental regulations as far as restoration and set-asides, conservation set-asides on private lands. They are also suitable and eligible for entering the program as well. So we can help them basically comply with the legislation.
Esses são alguns exemplos.
Those are just a few examples of integrated platforms.
Anyone? My friend Alison?
Hello everyone, thanks again. Was incredible because for me, I think that we are in the restoration decade from UN and we speak today all the time for restoration, and this is important, but I think that this session for me is special because it's exactly what I understand that we need to do, because we need to speak about restoration, but we need to speak about the protection areas too, because we need to defend the biodiversity that we have, and we need to restore where we don't need that. So these complementary visions for me is exactly what I believe that here from CIFOR-ICRAF needs to do in territories like the Brazilian Amazon and the others. So thank you for all you speakers. This was really important for me.
This is very important what is said, because when we talk about restoration, we are looking into bringing back a forest, but it's not the same forest that was lost. What Rainforest Trust does is that we are trying to support what is standing right now, that cannot be restored to the state it's standing right now. But it will take a long time, a lot of money. So let we keep this forest right now standing and restore the corridors. But not just, okay, we can restore so we can deforestate everything. It's not the idea, right?
Sure. Instead, it's a really, really heavy work, and still we're not guaranteed of success. Let's keep our forest standing. Yeah. Does anyone else want to comment or have another question? I think, do you want to say a few final words so we can say bye to any 1 minute for each?
Yeah, maybe I'll just comment on our colleague Alison's comment now, which I think is very important. I think that what we need in bringing together what we heard from our different colleagues here, what we need is really a mosaic of different efforts all working together. So we have protection of protected areas, and what sort of management can you do to protect these areas from the drivers of degradation like fire, like livestock that come from outside. And at the same time, we have restoration within the protected areas and the farm-forest interface where most of the pressure is actually happening. So, and to do that, I think the only way is to provide economic alternatives such as agroforestry and others to enable livelihoods, because the payment for environmental service usually is not enough. Usually is not enough as an incentive for farmers. So those are just my closing remarks.
I totally agree. I just want to say thank you for the invite, and thank you for your attention, and thanks for your patience with my so-so English. The next time I'll be better, and I'm happy to receive you all here, and maybe we can talk better and more subjects. Okay, thank you.
I want to say, when we speak at the landscape level, there is no opposition between conservation or restoration. It's both that need to be done. And it will be the same when we talk and we think at the landscape level. We are not making opposition between governmental initiative or NGO or private initiative. Your initiative is great. You are providing a platform for every stakeholders to be able to contribute to the restoration. And that's what I like, and I'm grateful to see that we are able to develop this partnership at the landscape level, and I really hope that we can do it more.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. At landscape level, we have to think in both ways. It depends on the landscape too. If you're looking into the Atlantic forest, which is completely fragmented. So restorations is the most important thing. The forests that are standing right now, they are already protected through the legal reserves or one side or the other. But what was lost must be restored. And there are several NGOs that are doing that. One very good example is the Mico Leão Dourado Foundation. They did change the entire landscape in this area. One species which is endemic there start to be found in more areas because of those restoration corridors. But when we look to the Amazon, I really feel sad. I really feel sad because we already have a very big productive area in the center of Brazil. Why we cannot have those areas producing more without clearing forests? This is more, I know we have been talking about this all the time, but keep talking about this. There are a lot of, this is CIFOR, right? Which work with agroforestry and production. It would be great to find this. And thank you, Alison. Thank you, Vincent, for the invitation.
Just say thanks again for all of you and great discussions we had today.
Merci bien, merci
Obrigado.
bien. À la prochaine. Parle français. Obrigado.
Say obrigado. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Obrigada.
Okay, it's ours.
Algumas palavras